panel discussion session. And we have eminent panelists for this session from central and state government authority, as well as from industry. So let me take this opportunity first to welcome Madam Shraddha Srivastav, Assistant Drug Controller India from CDSCO, which is Central Drug Standards Control Organization, Government of India. She is representative of DCGI in this forum and will be our first panelist. Shraddha ma'am is presently working and heading a cosmetic division as nodal officer, which involves import, registration of cosmetics under the provision of Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules. Regarding her qualification, she holds a degree in Master of Science in Clinical Research and Biochemistry, and she is also pursuing her studies in Masters in Pharmacy. She has pharmaceutical experience in various roles in the field of manufacturing, testing of medical devices, and diagnostic kits. Shraddha ma'am had joined CDSCO as Drugs Inspector in 2010 and worked in zonal offices at Ahmedabad, Ghaziabad, and also at CDSCO headquarters in Biological Division, where she was taking care of vaccines and rDNA products. And in the capacity of ADC, she has also supervised BAB for Export Division, post-approval changes, and then parliamentary related matters, etc. She has represented CDSCO in many national and international platforms, and she was nominated to represent the country in Seoul at WHO conference on guidelines on procedures and data requirements for changes in approved biotherapeutics. She's also published papers as co-author, which has been published in the journals like PubMed, Gavi, etc. And this is a really vast background. And welcome, ma'am, once again in this panel. Now, let me introduce the second panelist for the day, Mr. Narendra Ahuja Vivek, who is State Drug Controller, Food and Drug Administration, Haryana. Sir is having more than 28 years in the drugs regulatory services experience, especially for Food and Drug Administration, Haryana. By qualification, he is BPharm, LLB, PGDRA, and currently he is also pursuing LLM. Apart from his core responsibilities as State Drug Controller, he is also working in many other, additional positions like Chairman of DCC Subcommittee on OTC Products, Chairman Subcommittee for examining the reports on provisions regarding advertisement of drugs for treatment of ailments. He is also member DCC Subcommittee on Formulation Development, member of DTAB Subcommittee on Compensation to Patients of Faulty Implants and Medical Devices, member Subcommittee on Amendment in Drug Magic Remedies and Objectionable Advertisement Regulation under chairmanship of Dr. Mandeep Bhandari, Joint Secretary Regulation. Apart from his official work and responsibilities, he has also authored 17 books on literature, and he has been honored by Government of Haryana on various occasions. Welcome you, sir, on this panel. There are two panelists from industry along with the panelists from regulatory authorities, and let me introduce them. So I welcome Mr. Sumit Jaiswal. Sumit is currently heading a regulatory and business affairs function in Oriflame for Asia South region for cosmetics and nutritional categories. He holds a bachelor degree in biotechnology and MS in clinical and pharmaceutical research from Dr. MGR Medical University. Having 16 years of rich experience in retail and direct selling business model in the field of regulatory affairs, he is also having experience in clinical operations, medical affairs, new product development of pharmaceuticals, OTC, oral healthcare, cosmetics, and nutritional products. Mr. Sumit is an active member of various technical committees and industry associations in India and global for cosmetics and nutraceuticals. Welcome, Mr. Sumit, on the panel. And let me introduce the fourth panelist for the session, Dr. Manas Vyas. Dr. Manas is currently heading regulatory affairs at Colgate-Palmolive India Limited and is responsible for India, South Asian Hub, and the Philippines. He brings with him about 25 years of professional experience in diverse organizations in the field of cosmetics, drugs, Ayurvedic medicines, clinical research, and medico-marketing. Being a trained Ayurvedic physician with experience in research and qualifications in management and law. Dr. Manas provides unique perspectives on issues concerning these industries. He is an active member of industry associations and has several publications to his credit. Welcome, Manas, once more time. And I once again welcome all the dignitaries.
Thank you, Sonal. Pleasure to be here on this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Manas. So what actually I have done it, like I have kept this, format of the session very simple. So there will not be any slides, there will not be any presentations, and I would like to keep the session more interactive in the format of a dialogue. So as we are just starting with the discussions, let me just have a a brief summary about what we are going to discuss about. So as we all know that we are aware that for many years, cosmetic products in India were governed by Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Drugs and Cosmetic Rules 1945. The base of the act is primarily designed to manage pharmaceuticals and is further extended to control cosmetics. So what we have seen it that in the recent past years, Ministry of Health, they had planned to sort out cosmetics related provisions, separated from 1945 rules to develop a separate updated cosmetic regulation for better compliance management. And there were multiple deliberations wherein industry also partnered with regulators for having separate rules for cosmetics for last many years, I think more than 6 to 7 years. And finally, on December 15, 2020, these new cosmetic rules, which is called as Cosmetic Rules 2020, got published, implemented under the provisions of Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940. And it was with immediate effect. So this we have seen it this is a journey what we have seen it. And the cosmetic industry is now implementing this Cosmetic Rules 2020 for at least for more than 9 to 10 months. And I do remember that in the previous session in the last year, Mesmerize 2020, we had discussed about this when these cosmetic rules would be really getting published and will be implemented. That was our worry, maybe somewhere in September, October 2020. And that was one of the requests during the sessions which was made to regulators to bring those cosmetic rules in a speedy manner. And now already we have cosmetic rules in place. So considering that, I think today's session, I would like to start to get understanding about from industry perspective first. So I would request Sumit to share the industry journey of Cosmetic Rules 2020, how this has been progressed in the last 8 years. And then I will definitely request the regulatory authority the dignitaries on the dais that they can also just share their viewpoints afterwards. So Sumit, over to you.
Good morning and namaste to everybody. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sonal and Fiki, for giving me this opportunity to speak in this important topic for the cosmetic industry. Dr. Ahuja, Shraddha ma'am, and Dr. Manas, it's a pleasure to be here and discuss with you the essential elements for taking a step forward towards bringing harmonization between Indian and international cosmetic regulations. And as Dr. Sonal has already set the background about like how implementation and separate dedicated cosmetic rules last year was quite important. And it's an important and fundamental decision for an industry to overcome various challenges we were facing. As these rules further clarifies the regulatory requirement and standards about import, manufacture, and distribution of cosmetic products in India, it has also given a firm degree of regulatory certainty, which was sort of missing in the earlier regime of drugs and cosmetic rules. One of the most prominent development that has occurred in this space of digitalization of the regulatory process, which has resulted in increased efficiencies. I can say that like simplifying the application process and making it in less time consuming is the most important factor for the industry for the regulators as well. It has also reduced the overall lead time in processing the registration certificates and licenses in both central and state regulatory authorities. And I would say that the entire set of additions in this new cosmetic rules have opened a new window of positive hope for the industry, thereby resulted into decrease of procedural and regulatory complexities and it also promotes the smooth governance. But let me tell you that this could not have happened without a tiring effort from the authority and the close coordination with an industry. So industry has always partnered with the regulatory authorities in bringing clarity and awareness in the existing rules, and same was reciprocated by the authorities. And I would like to give a special thanks to Dr. Sumani sir, Dr. Shani sir, and the entire cosmetic division, Ms. Shraddha ma'am as well, for always being there to discuss and understand the industry matters even during the difficult time of COVID-19 pandemic. I would say that it's a true amalgamation, providing the famous quote of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Although new cosmetic rules have given us quite a positive hope, however, we feel that these rules still have many limitations, and industry is facing challenges in both import and local manufacturing sectors. And therefore, there is a need of complete revamp of these current regulations in India. And fortunately, recently the government has also decided to constitute a committee for framing a new drugs, cosmetics, and medical devices bills, and so that the dedicated act for each categories can be framed. So we welcome this viewpoint from the cosmetic industry, and we feel that it's a forward step to harmonize the Indian cosmetic regulations with international and adopting the best practices, accounting consumer safety and ease of business to match up the industry trends in cosmetic world, which is changing quite rapidly. I would say that both technology and trends in the cosmetic world are changing so fast, and our constant efforts from the industry is to deliver good, safe, effective products to the consumer. But however, with this existing regime of registration in the country, it is always quite challenging for an industry, to bring those products at right time and with the right trend. So let's discuss further the industry challenges and also the opportunities to bring the dedicated cosmetic bill and how we can overcome those. So with this, I will hand over back to Dr. Sonal and look forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you for taking us through the journey. And definitely we will have, further conversation on this during the panel as well. But prior to that, I would like to request Shraddha ma'am to request and share, like how from the central authority perspective, what exactly has happened and what is your perspective for bringing this cosmetic rules 2020, and how do you see this journey?
Thank you, Dr. Sonal. Thank you, Dr. Sonal. So, good morning, Auja sir. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here, and I also would like to convey my thanks to DCJ sir for giving me this opportunity to represent CDSCO Cosmetic Division in today's event. So, I must say that today's topic for discussion is important and timely for 2-3 concerns, as per me. So according to me, the first one is, as cosmetics is increasingly, it is becoming part of a daily use commodity across all sections of society, irrespective of age, gender, or location, be it urban or rural. Then second one is, with the increase in consumption of cosmetic, if not having any regulation, which is not keeping with the time, will be very dangerous for all the stakeholders, be it manufacturer or consumer. Further, as safety concerns are also there because of amid heavy use of chemicals in cosmetics is of great concern for us, the government as well. And thirdly, but not the least, we are also not ignorant to the latest requirements, trends, and issues that is faced by the cosmetic industry in present scenario. But and keeping all these 3 points into context, as you all must be aware that CDSCO has prepared and published cosmetic rules. Everybody knows about it, and I need to mention that it came up with years of deliberation and discussion with various stakeholders both from consumer and industry, both domestic and international organizations as well. And it is the result of that aspiration and requirements of both cosmetic industry as well as consumers. Further, during this COVID scenario, during this whole period, entire period of this COVID pandemic, CDSU tried to provide full support, and they facilitated to ensure that business continuity should be maintained of the cosmetic industry. We have waived off, we have issued so many notices and waiving of the apostillation and authentication of the main document, legal documents, which is in no way a small step from the regulatory perspective. And also at the same time, during this discussion, I also would like to emphasize that there is a thin line between drugs and cosmetics as per the regulation, because if any ingredient or raw material or composition if can change change the product status from cosmetic to drug, and therefore a well-informed policy and rule needs is the need of the hour, be it industry, consumer, or government. So I'll be happy to share my thoughts on behalf of CDSCO as we move forward in today's forum. Thank you so much, and over to you, Dr. Sonal.
Thank you, Shraddha ma'am, for providing a perspective from central authority, and really very appreciative. First of all, thank you to you as well as Dr. Somani DCGI for giving all these details to us, and also why this cosmetic rules 2020 that has been, and what is the thinking behind these cosmetic rules to understand. And it's not only for a specific group of people, usage of cosmetic is limited, but it is now across the society, age, gender, and how one has to be really vigilant about that. At the same time, how you are also looking forward how best we can bring in some changes. So thank you for giving that perspective. Now I would like to go to Ahuja ji. Sir, we would like to understand the experience of enforcement of these cosmetic rules 2020, especially from the lenses of state drugs controller.
Thanks for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to interact with such a panel in which the central regulators are there, industry is there, and other promoters are there, importers are there, and every aspect of this cosmetic industry, I can say, right from regulator to, I think end user is not here, but if someone among you is the end user also, then
Yes,
he or she must be having some feeling about the end user. In this case, end user is the most important. First, I want to give certain replies to whatever earlier said. Earlier, you have told one thing that was very old regulation under Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Rules 1945. And you told that these were not working. I always say one thing, old is always gold. One should not forget our forefathers. They are always important for us. They may become irrelevant in certain fields because of the development or the education taken by the upcoming, but they have their importance. And wherever the cosmetic industry in the country is standing, this is only and only because of the pathway shown by the old regulation, Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940 and Rules 1945. As far as the new regulation, Cosmetic Regulation Rules 2020 is concerned, I must say this is journey forward. When we start from a point A and move to a point C, D, E, or wherever we have set our target, we have to move through point B, C, D, and so on. Therefore, this journey is a continuous journey. Similarly, law is a dynamic, and law changes as per the needs of the stakeholders. And most important stakeholder in this is the end user also, not only the industry, not only the marketed by people, not only the brand name holders or the actual manufacturers or the importers, whatever you may call them. But I feel personally the most important is the end user. For him or her, the safety and efficacy of the product is the most important, and a regulatory pathway always ensure the safety and efficacy of the end product for the end user. One. Number two, as far as the cosmetic is concerned, cosmetic have 4 pillars. What are these pillars? It is to be used in cleansing, number one. Number two, beautifying. Number three, promoting attractiveness. And number four is altering the appearance. Whatever cosmetic can do is only that much, not more than that and not less than that. Earlier one speaker has told that there is a thin line between the drugs and cosmetics. That thin line is very clear, because in drugs the 4 pillars are different, and in the cosmetics these 4 pillars are different. Therefore line may be thin, but it is very clearly demarcated line. And no cosmetic, now this is an important takeaway for you people, that no cosmetic should claim any claim, anything which is crossing the 4 lines of cosmetics and going into or entering into the field of drugs. For example, there are common cosmetics claiming the treatment of acne. Can a cosmetic claim the treatment of acne? Answer comes no. Acne is a disease, and no cosmetic should claim anti-acne or treatment for acne. Can a cosmetic similarly claim for antibacterial? Answer is no, cannot. It is not well within the purview of the cosmetics. Similarly, there are certain gray areas also. Can a cosmetic claim to treat the dandruff? Cosmetic can claim to clean the dandruff, but cosmetic should not claim to treat the dandruff. Therefore, a cosmetic manufacturer should always refrain from the marketing point of view, making the claims bigger, taller, and higher claims, which are prohibited in which were prohibited in earlier rules also and the present regulations also. Now, what industry has to take from cosmetic rules 2020? Can you expect any regulator to say yes to you for grant of license to manufacture cosmetics even without any inspection of the unit? As a regulator point of view, I will always oppose this. I will say no, it should not be there. But as an industry perspective, you people will say, no, sir, we must be granted license at earliest. There should be a timeline. There should be no inspection. Why? Why? When you have provided the plant area, building, machinery, etc. for the manufacturing of any of the class of cosmetics, then why these should not be open to the inspection before the grant of license? But this is the government of India and the basically CDSCO given you the chance of getting the license even without the inspection by the inspecting authority and license issued by the competent licensing authority of the states. Even after that, if the industry is not satisfied, I don't know how to satisfy the aspirations of the industry. I'm not blaming anything, since it's an open forum to discuss. Therefore, I am discussing this point openly. Secondly, many things which were lacking in the earlier regulations have been brought in this cosmetic rules 2020. Earlier, there was no brand name owner or actual manufacturer who is the brand name owner of the but any brand of the cosmetics, because cosmetics marketing depends completely upon the brand name promotion. You have the one one line industry demand, save our brand names. You always tag this point in all the meetings with the regulators to save that particular line from the industry or demand from the industry, save our brands. There is a definition brought in by the regulators with the name of actual manufacturers or the brand name owners. Similarly, importers have been recognized and duly defined in the cosmetic regulations 2020. Many classes of the cosmetics which were earlier not there have been defined and given in the cosmetic regulations 2020. You see, earlier there was a class A. Class A was only for powders. Now class A is for infant powder. A or B? A is for infant powders. Infant powders and talcum powders, they have been divided into two parts, and now we require different area building machinery or some room for these manufacturing of these classes of cosmetics. Similarly, when we see the list of cosmetics allowed to be imported into the country, there are many cosmetics which were not there in the earlier covered in the earlier rules, now covered in the cosmetic regulation 2020. As far as I have already told you that law is a dynamic and it always depends upon the aspirations or demands or the needs of the stakeholders, and most important stakeholder in this is not the regulator, nor the manufacturer, nor the marketer, but I always feel the most important stakeholder is the end user or the consumer, who is not at all aware of the safety or efficacy of their product, of the products which he is or she is using. Therefore, the total onus of providing the efficacious and safe cosmetic to the end user who is not aware of and who is not competent to even know the safety or efficacy of the cosmetics he or she is using, then it becomes the responsibility of whom? It becomes the responsibility of three. Number one, regulators by way of regulations. Number two, manufacturer, being manufacturer of the product to be used by the end user. Number three, the marketer, who is the brand name holder, who is giving the advertisement to say that this cosmetic is to be used by the end users or the persons. Therefore, it becomes the responsibility of all of us sitting here in this meeting to ensure that end user is getting a safe cosmetics having no heavy metals or whatever we are saying that this can cause injury to the skin or the user at this place or that place. I can take the example of two things. One is toothpaste. Toothpaste is well covered in the cosmetics, but toothpaste containing tobacco or nicotine is completely banned. Why? Because nicotine or tobacco is prohibited in number of acts, and nicotine is covered in Poison Act. Number one, nicotine is prohibited in Food Safety and Standard Act in Regulation 2.3.4. Nicotine is basically injurious to the health and covered under COTPA also, and by way of notification by the central government, use of nicotine or tobacco was banned in the toothpastes also. But now, since the new regulations cosmetics 2020 clearly says that the manufacturer can change its whatever ingredients he is using in the cosmetics, then whether this type of ingredient which is banned in other regulations also can be used by the cosmetic manufacturers under the garb of that relaxation, given that they can change the contents of or the ingredients in the formulation of a cosmetics, and then afterwards he can say, oh okay, this was banned, this I am not going to use this now. Or they can use hair dyes. Hair dyes, all the hair dyes which are carcinogenic also containing PPD, etc. They have the limitations. They should not be used more than this limit, and this limit is given in IS 4707 part 2. Whether again in the same context I am talking, whether a cosmetic manufacturer can claim that I am going to increase the limit of my this powder hair dye or the liquid hair dye, which is carcinogenic also, but since this rule says that I can change this and I'm going to change this, and afterwards can say sorry, okay, it was more than this, then I withdraw this. But getting a license without the inspection and doing these things, again, it may cause bad effect on the end users. Therefore, since many relaxations have been given by the regulators, by the government of India, by the CDSCO, and you are enjoying those regulations, relaxations given, therefore my request, my take by this discussion is that we should not at all, we should not misuse those relaxations and should abide by the what I can say, the intent of providing the safe and efficacious end product to the end users. Whatever you may want to ask, then you are open for the question hour discussion, or you want to listen anything from me, then just let me know. Since the new task has been given by the government of India for revisiting, rewriting Drugs, Cosmetics and Medical Devices Act bill, that is to be drafted by the committee and to be submitted to DCC DTAB, and then onward submission is there. That process is on. Stakeholder meetings are going on. You have kept your discussion in between those stakeholders meeting. I think you must be getting a chance to speak there also as a stakeholder. But this is a good that you have made an initial discussion about this particular thing. Here I want to give one thing. I'm going to say one thing very clearly to you. The mandate by the government of India is very clear. There will be one regulation. There will be one regulation in the name of Drugs, Cosmetics and Medical Devices Act or bill going to be drafted. But very clear mandate is there that the provisions for drugs should be different and should be different for cosmetics and different for medical devices. Earlier also, as far as cosmetics are concerned, these provisions were totally different for drugs and cosmetics. This problem was there and is there for devices, but this problem was not at all there for cosmetics, and you will be finding cosmetic regulations much more easier, healthier, with a time frame, and better for all the stakeholders, but keeping in view the end user in mind. That end user is illiterate, having no knowledge of safety and efficacy of the products to be used by him. Therefore, for the most important stakeholder for all of us is the end user. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ahuja sir, for providing your perspective. And really, we all are aligned on this that, like we all are part of the coin, be it the regulators as well as industry or even the brand owners for that matter. And of course, the aim is that the end user is important and we all should provide the products to the end user, which are safe, efficacious and quality products. So definitely our aim is same. But what has happened, like, over a period of time, sometimes there are certain challenges which get faced by industry. So maybe I would request Dr. Manas that you are also quite, you have served cosmetic industry for a long time. And while implementation of cosmetic rules 2020, along with this DNC Act 1940, there could be few observations you might have observed. There are certain changes which has happened. Request you to enlighten us for some of those key observations, as well as how industry is taking care of these quality safety related things, as well as some challenges which industry faces, and are there any opportunities for enhancing simplification of cosmetic act and rules, the way Ahuja sir he was mentioning, as there is a like committee which has been framed and they are looking at it to make this cosmetic act healthier and easier. So from that perspective, would like to know from you, Dr. Manas.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal. I would like to begin by thanking Fiki for having me on this panel discussion. It is indeed a pleasure to be a part of this discussion with Ahuja sir, Shraddha madam, and my dear friend Sumit. Coming to the point that you raised, Sonal, I would like to state that over the past few years, the dialogue process between the industry and the regulators at the CDSCO has continuously been on an upward trajectory. And there is no doubt that through this dialogue process, we have been able to achieve a significant amount of optimization in the regulations for cosmetics, which are in the interest of the consumers, of course, and are also industry friendly at the same time. The team at CDSCO under the leadership of Somani sir has been extremely approachable and has provided the industry with multiple opportunities to discuss our issues. Yeah. So a case in point is the Cosmetic Rules 2020, where for the first time, thanks to the efforts of the team at CDSCO and the industry, we now have in India a separate rules for cosmetics, which provides us an opportunity to focus on issues very specific to cosmetics. This has been actually a huge step forward. Having said that, we all realize that unlike drugs, cosmetic is a very dynamic field, where the pace of innovation is fast and changes in consumer preferences and market expectations are equally fast, if not faster. Also, we have to remember that probably with cosmetics, the pace at which consumers adapt to global innovations is far more quicker than perhaps what it is, let's say, in the food industry, where local and regional tastes are more important. Therefore, I think one of the important points to answer your question is that if we look at across the globe, we see that regulations with respect to cosmetics have to constantly keep pace with the changing scenario to address evolving consumer expectations and also industry concerns. So in that context, what I can say is that while we have achieved a lot in the past few years, there are still a lot of opportunities lying ahead of us, which we can capitalize and sort of take the Indian cosmetic industry to the next level. So I would like to definitely acknowledge the achievements that we have made in the past. And I think that we are at an inflection point where if we are able to capitalize on the opportunities lying ahead of us, uh, I think it will be a great step forward to further grow the cosmetic industry. And in that regard, some opportunity that I can foresee first is how we can bring the definition of cosmetics in India in line with the definition in the European Union and the ASEAN countries. This is very important because since the definition in these regions is more inclusive and includes products that are helpful in protecting the body or keeping it in good condition, all these things come under the definition of cosmetics. So it is important that we look at this definition and bring the Indian definition in line with this so that we are aligned with these and international trade becomes more seamless. I think that is one important thing that we could do. And another low-hanging fruit that I foresee is with respect to the documentation for exports of cosmetics. For example, most importing countries of cosmetics will demand a GMP certificate for the plant and a free sale certificate for the product to be imported. Currently, under the Cosmetic Rules 2020, there is no separate format for these two certificates, with the result that state authorities have different understanding of how this should be issued and what are the preconditions for issuing such certificates. In fact, if we look closely, we realize that the current license in Form COS 8, earlier it was called as Form 32, is actually an affirmation of the GMP of the manufacturer, because it is issued only after the regulator is satisfied with the GMP. However, the license does not mention the term GMP anywhere. Similarly, for product permissions of cosmetics, although the product is approved for sale, the permission letter does not say it in as many words. Therefore, I think it would be a good idea if we have a standard format for GMP and free sale certificate for cosmetics as well. And if possible, this should be issued by default along with the license to manufacture or the product permission, as the case may be. At least in case of GMP, this is already being done in the Ayush sector, where in many states a GMP certificate is issued by the authorities along with the license in Form 25D, which is license to manufacture. So I think if we can issue these two certificates, GMP and free sale certificate, as default along with the manufacturing license and the product permission, I think this will be a good win for the industry, and I think it will help both the industry as well as the regulators. Over to you, Sonal.
Thank you, Dr. Manas, for providing this. And I think this is a good idea. And what I recollect from Cosmetic Rules 2020, that in the new cosmetic rules, there is one schedule, seventh schedule, which talks about providing undertaking well in advance at the time of submission for the application for a new cosmetic license. That time, manufacturer is supposed to give that undertaking that he follows all the requirements for GMP, practices. So on that basis, and just taking, the example which you gave it regarding Ayush regulation, if that is possible within Indian regulations, if something is already up on giving such, upfront GMP certification, that would be a really good step for us as well to, think about that. So, Shraddha ma'am, yeah, yes, sir.
Just a minute. I want to make a quick comment over whatever Manas has demanded or whatever told. First, GMP in cosmetics. Clearly true. Earlier, there was dual M2 compliance certificate in cosmetics as per the regulations. However, few of our colleagues might be taking it or issuing a GMP certification equating to the M2 compliance certificate. Now, in the current rules, cosmetic second told that license is not mentioning about the GMP. I have already told you now the cosmetic rules 2020 clearly mandate.
I'm not able to hear Ahuja sir clearly.
Without
Sonal,
the
is it
inspection
something at my end
by
or?
the inspectorate and
Yeah, sir.
just
Ahuja,
let
sir,
me
I think in between your voice is getting lost. Hello, sir.
Yeah, there is a problem with his
There is a
connection, I think.
hello, sir. Are you able to hear us, sir? I think there is some network issue, looks like. So till Ahuja sir joins in, Shraddha ma'am would request you, if you have any, thoughts on this specific aspect, to provide GMP certification upfront at the time of, providing the license. Yeah, I think Ahuja sir, yeah.
Ahuja sir is there?
Yeah, he's got dropped, I suppose. He will be joining, ma'am.
Okay, then I'll
In the
continue.
meantime, yeah, please. Thank
So,
you.
ma'am, regarding what Mr. Manas has said, I would like to add that as per new cosmetic rules, we have already mentioned that there is no prior inspection requirement, right? And self-declaration is self-sufficient. So, ma'am, I guess sir is...
Yes, ma'am, you can provide your view and then we can
Can
again
So,
you hear
go
me
back.
now?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
yes.
was on the second point. That was that license is not even mentioning the GMP. I already discussed and told you, and maybe colleague from CDSCO will confirm this, that license needs to be granted to the applicant even without the inspection of the physical premises of the applicant cosmetic manufacturer. Then when you are demanding that licenses should be granted even without the inspection, then how can you claim that your unit can be considered or declared as GMP compliant even without the inspection at the time of grant of license by mentioning the GMP in the license itself? It is asking too much, which I think may not be able to be given. Number one. Number two, GMP. What full form of this word is? Good manufacturing practices. Can a building, plant, area, machinery itself constitute the GMP? Answer is no. Most important is the procedure which is followed by the industry at the time of manufacturing of the product. Therefore, GMP should be granted only after verifying the SOPs and procedures followed by the manufacturing unit while manufacturing the products licensed to that particular unit. Therefore, GMP is required to be given only after the self-declaration as given in the 7th schedule of the Cosmetic Rules 2020 and its compliance verification done by the inspectorate staff and GMP to be issued by the licensing authority. Second, next point told that standard format for GMP is not there. This is again to facilitate the industry because industry need to submit their GMP certificates in various countries or to the various purchasers. Industry, it demands the different formats of GMPs to be issued to them by the licensing authorities as per their need and demand. If a regulator make a standard format of GMP, which is already there and existing in the rules, that this should be the prescribed format. Being harmonization authority also, CDSCO has given these formats to the licensing authorities, state regulators. But because of the need of the industry, these are different formats are generally used by the different licensing authorities. Next point was there as far as FSC is concerned. When the your regulation rules 2020 says that even you can use or change your formulation, and after changing the formulation you can intimate to the licensing authority, and then how can you say that this is FSC? Number one. Number two, as far as FSC is concerned, FSC means free sale certificate. Now, I ask one question. Is there any licensing required for the sale of cosmetics? Answer is no. In India, there is no license required for sale of cosmetics. And the cosmetics, the end use, which is covered within the four corners, which I have already told you, between the cleansing, beautifying, promoting attractiveness or altering the appearance, then it is a cosmetic and it can be sold freely. Then when it can be sold freely, what the FSC means for them. FSC is generally to be submitted to the country where you are sending your exporting your product, and that country wants a certification from your country of origin that this product is available at for free sale in the country of origin. When in India there is no sale license for cosmetics, then I think FSC, although every state licensing authority is issuing, you are asking for we are a private manufacturer, then I think asking for that products. Next is Ayush sector. I have clearly told this is a cosmetic. Cosmetics means a cosmetics. Is
Okay,
there
sir.
any bifurcation of cosmetic under this is allopathic cosmetics, this is Ayurvedic cosmetic, or this homeopathic cosmetic? Answer comes no, big no.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Understood your point, sir. Understood your point. And hello, I think again there is some
I
network
think we
issue.
lost here,
Yeah.
Dr. Ahuja.
So taken point, Ahujaji, what he mentioned it. And yes, of course, there are, like requirements of GMP, and that was a proposal, like how we can ease of doing business from that perspective. I think Dr. Manas wanted to put this point forward. And yes, of course, there are, again, there are two sides of every aspect. So that we may think about it in future as well, like when we want to provide any representation that time, how it should be. So I think considering the paucity of time, let me just move to the next question. And again, just taking a link from what we had discussions earlier about when we are thinking about framing a new regulation, and Ahujaji, he was referring about one regulation, one consolidated regulation for drugs, cosmetics, as well as for medical devices. So when, and also like there was one discussion, Shraddha ma'am, you mentioned that there is a very thin line between drugs and cosmetics. Ahujaji, so he was just mentioning about the line is thin, but still it is clear. But there are certain ambiguities sometimes, keeps on happening. It so from that perspective, when we are going ahead, or government is thinking to go ahead to have a complete revamp of these cosmetic drugs and medical devices regulation. I would
Am I
like to.
audible, Sonal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm
Actually,
trying to bring back because I
yeah,
now
yeah,
have to move also.
yeah,
I was speaking on the last point, that was Ayush sector. I have clearly told you that cosmetic is defined under section 3 A presently in the present law.
mm-hmm.
And 3 A clearly says that there is no further bifurcation of cosmetics into an allopathic cosmetic, Ayurvedic cosmetic, or homeopathic cosmetic. A cosmetic is always a cosmetic and needs a license earlier on Form 32 and presently on COS 8 under the Cosmetic Rules 2020. There is no other license under any other regulation for the manufacturing of cosmetics. For sale of cosmetics, you require no license at all. For manufacturing of cosmetic, you require a license and to be issued on COS 8. Earlier, it was on Form 32. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very clear. Very clear.
Now, the
Mm-hmm.
cosmetics available in the garb of Ayurvedic drugs,
Mm-hmm.
particularly under the section of Saundarya Prasadhan,
Mm-hmm.
these were started by the industry. Number one, for the purpose of marketing, that these are herbal cosmetics. You can use this gimmick of calling a cosmetic a herbal cosmetic because it is containing, if it is containing any herbal ingredients into that, then you can call your cosmetic product as a herbal cosmetic. But if it is not containing the herbal ingredients, then you are calling it as a herbal cosmetics, then it is a violation of rules making tall, big, and false claims about the cosmetics, which
Yeah.
is covered under the advertisement regulations also. Uh, Number one. Number two, uh, cosmetic and drug. These are two different entities and defined separately, having different four pillars are there. Drugs are for prevention, mitigation, diagnosis, and treatment of any disease in human beings or animals. But cosmetics is only and only for human beings, not for animals as on date. We are considering in the new act bill which are to be drafted whether we can go for cosmetics for animals or pets or not. That is under discussion only. Stakeholders meeting we will take, and we will take a advice, or we will hear you also on this particular point also. As far as the cosmetics is concerned, manufacturing of cosmetics on the Ayush license, I think it is not covered in the cosmetic. It is in the Ayurvedic drugs, and Ayurvedic drugs are again defined under section 3A only and not in 3B, and cosmetics are defined under 3 triple A of the Drugs Act. Kindly make sure that you are manufacturing cosmetics and cosmetics are not further divided. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well noted your points, and also regarding the Ayurvedic Sandhya Prasadak, where it would be fitting in. And currently, I think there is a regulation of Ayush, which is also getting changed, and there are certain things which are going on, and probably I think in the new framing of the regulation, that would be also taken care of. Thank you, sir. And I was just, coming from the previous point, as you mentioned about the one regulation across all these, drugs, cosmetics, as well as medical devices. And also what we have thought, that the line or demarcation between drugs and cosmetics, it's very thin. And then how best we can think it from the perspective when we are going ahead and framing the new regulation. So maybe I would like to come to Mr. Sumit to seek your point of view from industry perspective, that when there is the thinking of going ahead with the total revamp of Indian cosmetic regulations, what do you suggest? Like, what could be the big areas which are required to be focused for bringing such a fresh regulation or act? Maybe when we are thinking, it's a whether it should be a separate act for cosmetics, separate for drugs, separate for medical devices, and how which could be the big areas which we should concentrate upon. Over to you.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Sonal. Before I come back to the answer, I just wanted to, I was just feeling that broadly industry and authorities are absolutely aligned whenever it comes to consumer safety. And I would like to tap in what Shraddha ma'am has said, that the concerns of the authority is to having, industry being using high amount of chemicals in the formulations. And we always in an opinion that we have to follow the absolute safety guidelines mandated under BIS. And that's why we always approach to BIS authority as well as CDSCO to have a proper consolidated horizontal safety standards. So we are always there. And when we talk about, matching up the pace, and that's a major concern for an industry. You see, the trends are not based on the industry. The trends are based on the consumer's demand. Yeah, and the consumers, as Dr. Manas has rightly tapped on, that it's like we are following international trends. And when we talk about, the existing regime, which has pre-registration requirements, it takes a lot of time. I still would like to praise the kind of revamp in the cosmetic rules only we have seen. The journey of last 8 years, we used to have like 6 months for approval for getting registration certificates. From there, we came like 1 month or 2 months. So it's definitely a big step forward. But however, when we talk about pre-registration requirement, it is something takes almost 6 to 7 months, and I can tell you that how it has happened, because we have to prepare a documentation for registration. We have to register them for import. And then we have to, import. I'm talking about the import first, and then the distribution. So the overall trend we cannot match in the cosmetic industry, because let's say take an example of color cosmetics. The trend changes every 6 months. And when we talk about, existing regime, by the time we get a license or or an import registration certificate, we lose that chunk of time, and therefore we lose that opportunity to provide the trends, the upcoming products in cosmetics to our consumers. So I would say that yes, looking into and agreeing all the concerns from the authority about the safety, about having a consolidated agreement on claims guidelines, I would say that in the existing framework from now to the future coming cosmetic bill, what we expect is at least we move from pre-registration to pre-notification requirements, because overall the responsibility sits with the responsible person or a legal manufacturer or a brand owner. And I fully agree with Ahuja sir that that the responsibility currently is on regulator, manufacturer, as well as the brand owner. But when we talk about the thin line between cosmetics and drug, it is about the overall approach. You see, because we have seen that there is an inconsistency in the interpretation of the regulations also amongst the business industry as well as in the state authorities. So we have to have an aligned approach. We have to have a platform where we come across and agree on certain things where we can provide the products to consumer on right time. At the same time, there will be no compromise with the safety of the products as well. We have multiple times collaborated with state authorities to fight with the counterfeit products, the fake products. So I think the overall viewpoint of the industry is very clear that we absolutely have no, fact for safety. But then, yes, it's very important to match up the pace of the cosmetic trends. And therefore, I would like to say that what we look currently in the future guidelines is like at least we have a clear definition of cosmetics, and maybe preferably in line with EU and ASEAN. And like I said earlier, that pre-market registration to pre-market notification is something we definitely look forward. And this is something which has been discussed with the cosmetic division, Dr. Somani, and we kind of got a positive signal as well with that. We just have to sit across and lay down the proper standards. I would also like to say that the BIS standard currently is we have to follow both vertical and horizontal. So we still feel that to make a BIS standard compliance for performance standards as a voluntary, and focus more on safety standards, that is a horizontal standards. There are few things as Dr. Ahuja sir has said about the certificate of free sales and MP certificates. Sir, currently we are facing challenges where most of the countries, let's say in ASEAN, they require a GMP certificate for registration. Yeah, and as our Honorable Prime Minister is also focusing a lot on Make in India campaign, and therefore it is quite important, right? Across the state, we are having issues with the validity of GMP certificates. Some of them they provide 2 years, some of them they provide 1 year. So we need to we need to identify an area where we don't do any compromise with the safety or quality or the compliances of the Drugs and Cosmetic Act. But at the same time, it could be some solution for ease of doing business as well, to provide products on right time to the exporting countries. So this is what I feel that currently industry is expecting from the future revamp of cosmetic bill. And I just wanted to at last would like to thank Cosmetic Division, as Shraddha ma'am has rightly said, that there were moves like flexibility in allowing legalized document submission, like without apostille, and it is a great move because in pandemic situation, it was quite difficult to get those documents apostille. So we definitely welcome, ma'am, those flexibilities. And also a lot of long meetings, and I mean, DCJ sir was quite instrumental to provide the feedback and support. and even the late night meetings happen to sort out those challenges from the cosmetic industries, including import and local manufacturing. So yes, it's a point blank approach that we look forward to partner with regulatory authority and look forward for this cosmetic bill. Over to you, Sonal.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit. Thank you for providing this broader perspective from industry that how we are looking at the revamp of the regulation, and on the same note, Shraddha ma'am, I would like to request you to share your thoughts that as Mr. Sumit already mentioned that how we have done partnership earlier while framing of cosmetic rules 2020, and now going forward when even we are thinking that how best we can work together, and especially for bringing few reforms, which are the major reforms, and of course at the background taking care of compliance for sure. So again, the focus from industry as well as from the regulators would be the same, to have the quality and safe product to the consumer, and considering the unmet need of consumers. So Shraddha ma'am, just wanted to understand from you, how can regulators and industry work together to bring those best practices which are there in other countries? And some of them, like few of the examples even Ahuja sir quoted when he was providing the information on the new cosmetic rules, wherein multiple categories have been included in the cosmetic rules 2020. Those have been captured from ASEAN regulation, from EU regulation. So same way as Mr. Sumit and Dr. Manas, they were mentioning it, can we have the expansion of the existing cosmetics definition, as well as is it possibility to have like registration to notification movement, the way it is considered in other countries, and of course that is in a customized manner. It's not like specifically just copy pasting whatever is given in other countries, but again how best it can be customized for India, and for that matter how can we partner together as industry and regulators. So over to you, Shraddha.
Just before Shraddha ma'am speaks anything, I have again joined on this meeting and I want to just answer one quick thing. You must have heard through the newspapers or the news channels a biggest catch ever of the heroine at some a port at Gujarat, and this catch was in the name of talcum powder. They imported talcum powder, and in place of talcum powder they got heroin. And therefore whenever you are again and again stressing upon the best practice, giving the name of best practice to the relaxations should not be that much that they may cause a threat to anything. This biggest catch, I can say, is a threat to the national security from the golden triangle of narcotic drugs, and that heroin was coming under the garb of a talcum powder, which is a cosmetic. Therefore, with the word of caution, I'm again saying that best practices are always there for which is suited for all the stakeholders, regulators, manufacturers, marketers, and end users. Kindly do that, kindly consider that while making any proposals to the government of India.
Sure, sir. So definitely I agree that there is a problem of counterfeit, and I think that is also very important problem, which again industry has to partner with regulators to find out who are those culprits and how they are coming in India with some different, using some malpractices. I agree with you, sir, and thank you for your comments. And also would like to get the feedback from Shraddha ma'am on this discussions. Shraddha ma'am, how would you like from the central authority perspective, how can we partner with regulators to bring these new reforms in the new Cosmetic Act? So would like to know from you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal. As listening to Mr. Sumit and Ahuja sir, I agree with both of them that yes, there needs to be a strictness also. There has to be a law as Ahuja sir rightly mentioned that there are many counterfeiting things happening or happens, what we see in our day-to-day, what we hear in day-to-day scenario. So we have to keep pace with that, as well as what Mr. Sumit has said, that right, you are rightly saying that we are in collaboration, or we are in line somewhere, we are in line with European or ASEAN countries. But Mr. Sumit, what you have said, that it is important, the interpretation of the law is also important. Like in India, I agree that European has their own guidelines, Asian countries have their own guidelines, and they have their understanding. But bringing that understanding completely in the Indian scenario will be a bit difficult, because you have to accept that India is a vast country, and there are different, Indian industry is completely, I mean, it's huge, and there is lot of variations. So keeping with the pace of European or Asian guidelines, or US guidelines, or US norms, we have to keep pace with our local sector as well. It's not that only with the European, or to be in line with the European or Asian or US, whatever the countries you are talking of. We cannot go ahead only keeping those things in mind. Like for pre-notification, you highlighted, fine, notification can be done, but what about what Ahuja sir said, what about how we will avoid the counterfeiting of the drugs? We have that responsibility as well. So it's not only that we have to see from industry perspective, higher industry or MNC industry perspective, we have to see our MSMEs as well. So keeping the pace with both, the regulations are framed, and you have to accept that while framing the cosmetic rule 2020, it was complete deliberation from and discussion from both industry and from the regulators end. Every time it's not possible that whatever industry is saying is acceptable, because we have to see till the consumer end. The end user we have is more important to us. I mean, I'm not saying that you people are not important, industry is not important to us, but definitely end user is of utmost important to us. So we have to keep that also in mind while framing, while revamping the rules and regulations. So you can put up your viewpoint definitely while having the stakeholders meet for when the committee will have it, but keep these things also, that we have to have collaboration, we have to be in line, we have to harmonize. If we are harmonizing our industry importers, we have to harmonize our manufacturers as well. They are also, and from that perspective, whenever rules are framed, whenever act is, if act is getting revamped, it is from both the perspectives. It's not only from industry perspective, it's not only from manufacturer, domestic manufacturer perspective, or from the end user. We have to have collaboration with all these three before we finally put something as a regulation. Regarding, yes, you rightly said that from the regulators perspective, the legal documents are very much important, you can understand that. But when we have taken, or DCJSR has taken concern regarding that, okay, based on undertaking or based on wavering of those documents for some time, it's not that we have wavered off completely, but yes, for some time when it is wavered, or we expect from industry as well to support us in that, and without reminding, without any delay, they should also provide us the complete documentation, whatever is required as per the regulation or as per the guidelines, whatever it is. So right now, this is what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Very well taken.
Just one thing I would like to revert, Dr. Sonal, on Shraddha ma'am, and it's a very eminent, ma'am, that consumer safety is utmost important even for the industry, because when we develop a product, there are two primary things which is always there in during our product development. The first thing is always a consumer safety, and then second thing is about the trends. What we are saying that, of course, there are a thin line between, the ownership and then the enforcement. When we talk about, bringing out notification process from the registration, the ownership has to be taken by a brand owner or a responsible person, because we are not saying that if we just change from the current registration to notification, because notification brings out a lot more responsibility on the manufacturer, which is not there currently, at least in the law. So when we talk about having a product information file, that's the most important documents we need to have to ensure all the compliances of safety, because until we develop those PIF internally, we cannot notify products in any of the markets. So those owners and ownership from the responsible person should be there. In India, we do not have a definition of responsible person. It's a legal manufacturer or a brand owner, but we always refer the European law here. And the second thing is, of course, the enforcement. So these are the things which we have already highlighted, and let's see, we look forward to collaborate on those discussions moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumit.
Dr. Sonal.
Thank you. And really, it's a very interactive and very, thought-provoking discussion. And from both the point of views, actually, we have to go forward with that balanced approach, so that, all the views, from the aim is towards the consumer, so that keeping aim same, how best we can have that balance, so that we can have a ease of doing business, at the same time also compliant from all the regulatory perspective, and how can we bring in that customization while thinking about any upgrade of the current cosmetic regulation. So that is, the points have come out very well. I'm just cautious about that time, and I think now, I will have to open the forum to audience for any questions from them. So request all participants to put your comments or questions, if any, in the chat box, and then we can take up few questions. Let me just check. I'll just open the window for chat box. Give me a second. Yeah.
So, Sonal, while you open it for questions, just two quick comments from my side.
Yeah.
To what Ahuja sir mentioned. First one was about nicotine. So nicotine is banned as per IS 4707 Part 2 in all products. So if someone is putting nicotine in any of the products, toothpaste or otherwise, it is illegal today, and action can be taken against that manufacturer as per all the provisions of the law. So that was my first comment. The second comment was that even in the new cosmetic rules, Rule 23(7) requires the state licensing authority to inspect the facility of the cosmetic manufacturer after the application of the manufacturing license application. So I think even the cosmetic rules 2020 have this provision of the state licensing authority inspecting the facility to satisfy themselves that the GMP requirements are met. So that was the second comment. And the last comment I had was that yes, it is. We agree that there is no license to sell for cosmetics in India today. But what happens is that the countries which source products from India, they want an affirmation from the regulatory authorities saying that the cosmetic is of such a quality and of such specifications that it is allowed to be sold in India. So the regulatory authorities outside of India do not accept a self-declaration from the manufacturer saying that the cosmetic is of the desired specification. Therefore, there is a need for such a certificate to be issued by the regulator saying that the cosmetic is allowed to be sold freely in India. It has nothing to do with sell license. It only says that it is of such a quality that it can be sold freely in India. So if we get this documentation freely from the authorities, I think it will help a lot in terms of facilitating export of cosmetics from India. That was my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mani.
Just replying to the submissions, number one. First is nicotine. Nicotine, I know that is banned in IS 4707 also. But when you go through the COTPA regulation, there is a schedule in the COTPA regulation which allows the products with nicotine also, and under the garb of creamy snuff given at serial number 5 of this CODPA regulation, for manufacturers are manufacturing toothpaste with nicotine, and it is very commonly used in eastern part of the country, that is Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, West, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, etc., where everybody is using a toothpaste having nicotine or tooth powder in the name of Gul. A very famous brand of that Gul is Gulab, and they are using 100% powdered tobacco with high contents of nicotine as tooth powder, and very commonly used by all the people there, and it is their habit of, they are in habitual of using these type of products. That is why I mentioned that at least cosmetic manufacturers should not resort to manufacturing of cosmetics containing nicotine in the garb of creamy snuff under CODPA regulations. First. Second, as far as FSC is concerned, every state licensing authority is issuing and was earlier also issuing the FSCs. As far as format of FSC is concerned, it is very clear. When you got the permission with the ingredients, list of ingredients, formulation, that same formulation with the same brand name in which you have obtained the permission, FSC can be issued. But I feel that industry want that FSC is to be given with the brand name only. We are issuing the FSCs with the brand names also, but industry is demanding that a list of ingredients should not be there, which cannot be, which should not be rather. List of ingredients is required to be issued while mentioning, yeah, or while issuing the FSC, because we never know for export, then without mentioning the ingredients FSC is issued, we never know that any banned or prohibited ingredient is used by them, can be used by them. That will create a big problem for the country. As I have already mentioned, a very latest case that heroin is uh, received in our country under the garb of talcum powder to be used by the cosmetic manufacturers. Now you can see a narcotic drug having heavy punishments and imported into the country in the name of a cosmetic talcum. That is really an area of concern for everybody of us. And the last point, what was your last point?
Sir, Rule 23.7, Rule 23.7 of the cosmetic rules requires the state licensing authority to inspect the manufacturing
Yeah,
facility.
that is there. Rule 23.7 requires the state licensing authority to inspect the firm, but 23.7 clearly says that facility can be inspected after grant of the license, meaning thereby clearly prohibiting the state licensing authority to inspect an unlicensed cosmetic manufacturing unit. This goes against the bona fide cosmetic manufacturers. I say, if a bona fide cosmetic manufacturer having a valid, well reputed brand name is manufacturing certain cosmetic with his brand name, and some spurious cosmetic manufacturer or counterfeit cosmetic manufacturer start manufacturing any product with the brand name of the reputed licensed cosmetic manufacturer, but law says that if he has to obtain the license, then factory or premises is to be inspected after the grant of license. Then how can you stop yourself from getting your brand manufactured by unlicensed cosmetic manufacturers? There are certain points you must think as a regulator also. How can we give relief to each other? We have to accommodate each other. We have to give relief to each other. Whenever we sit into the chair of a person sitting in front of us, then only we can know the pain of that person, and we can relieve the pain of that person. That is what I want.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So again, I agree that we have to take that balanced outlook while going ahead with the revamp in the cosmetic laws. Sir, as there are few questions which I have received from the audience, so maybe I would like to just take one or two, considering it's only 3-4 minutes left. There is one question that which is mentioning that the current cosmetic laws are central. While implementation, we see difference in working style and interpretation of the same law by a state authority, various state authorities versus central authority. So what steps government would like to take to minimize these variances in the upcoming regulation bill, something like that? So maybe there is a difference. So how can we? So maybe Ahuja sir or Shraddha ma'am would like to understand from your viewpoints. How can we bring in one same set of regulation across India? I think that is the crux of the question.
Ma'am, I guess the rules are common everywhere. It's nothing that any state is following different rules and norms. If you can highlight on some point, then it's possible. Otherwise, it's very clear that rules are common. It's nothing that in India some state is following different laws and in another state laws are different. No.
Yeah, I
Cosmetic
think,
rules are common
yeah,
for all.
yes, rules are common. The question is, I think, something related to interpretation. So maybe, of course, it's not very clearly mentioned. So if it,
Interpretation in what way? I mean,
yeah, that has
this
not
is
come
very
actually.
vague sort of question.
Okay, sure. So if if you want to put that in the chat box, it would be clarified. Otherwise, it's very difficult to take it as a very broad question. And there is another question. A request to put some light on any opportunities for reforms in existing BIS standards.
Existing BIS standards of any specific product or in general?
So it is
If
in general that has
if
been
it's in
mentioned.
general, it's already, I mean, depending on the agenda and everything, BIS standards are getting revised based on the requirement or the, because recently you must be aware that in 2017 and 19 we have revised the shampoo and powders this standards. So likewise things are getting revised as per the requirement, but presently if there is any specific product candidate is talking of, then let me know so that accordingly I can clarify.
Sure. And thank you, ma'am, for providing your response. Any response even from industry members? Maybe a quick one.
Just,
It's
just one thing to add here, Dr. Sonal, as one of the questions highlighted the, how the interpretation of the central law can be adopted at the state authority level as well. So I think there is no question about having the same cosmetic rules to be followed in entire the country. But I feel that still business and industry do face a lot of challenges and delays at times due to misinterpretation of the regulations. Now, I'm not pinpointing any particular state authority, but I can give you an example that like change in composition as per the rule 26K, which falls under notification category, that in case of change in the formulation, you just have to notify the state authority. However, still few of the state FDAs, they do insist of submitting the fresh application and taking the fresh license of the product. So it's again how the state, drug controlling authorities are interpreting those things. So, but there are many state authorities who do consider these notifications. So yeah, one of the examples just wanted to mention. So it will be very important that we can frame out some sort of forums where we can bring out more awareness and bring together the state authority as well as the central authorities. Of course, Ahuja sir, if you'd like to add something here.
Yeah, I want to add one thing here. Every ingredient to be added in a cosmetic, which is going to become a part of cosmetic, is a cosmetic as defined under section 3 triple. Number one. Number two, I'm not challenging the right given to the manufacturers under the cosmetic rules 2020 that he can change the percentage of the ingredients without even getting a fresh approval, only notifying to the state licensing authority afterwards. But with the caution, why few state authorities are insisting upon that you should obtain a fresh approval from the state when you are changing certain ingredients. I have in my initial discussion, I clearly told you number of ingredients mentioned in IS 4707 part 2. There is a limit given for the concentration to be used for that ingredient to become a part of cosmetics. I gave an example of PPD. Can PPD concentration goes beyond the given concentration of in that product, especially in the hair dye? When you know, everybody knows that PPD is a carcinogenic also. Can you give that?
No, sir. So, and
Answer
definitely,
comes no. Answer
yeah,
comes no. When
absolutely
it
no.
comes no, why industry try to do that just to take a color which is not available in the country, and by making the concentration higher than the permitted concentration just to get that color for the hair?
So for that, I
But
think maybe I
again,
can
it
add
becomes
on.
very dangerous. Second, then you change the composition, don't obtain the permission that is not even required. Now you are asking for a FSC with the concentration which is not approved. You have not notified. You have changed as per the new rules 2020. Now you are again saying that this is again our right to get the FSC. But FSC can be given by the licensing authority after comparing the list of ingredients with the concentration submitted by the industry to the licensing authority, which you have not submitted. Not even that. Industry even don't want to notify the changes made by them in the list of ingredients or the change in the percentage of or the concentration of ingredients. When you are even not intending to notify this, what to talk of getting a fresh approval? And nobody is going to take any action if you have changed any concentration in the ingredient within the permissible limits. But it becomes compulsory for you when you require FSC, when you require some other documents which is to be corroborated with the record of the licensing authority also. Now we are going to get everything online. State.gov.in online portal is there. That portal will take only that formulation which is approved to you. If you want to make any change in that formulation, you are not going to apply even for the FSC.
So
Same is the case with the medical devices also. This is both ways. This is both ways.
yes, sir, absolutely. And so, especially the most of the industry members, sir, they are on the right side of the regulations as well. And as per the regulations, so sir, we all follow that regulations that if there is any change, then definitely it has to be intimated to the authority, without which no one can proceed with the manufacturing of those products. And of course, any pre-sale certificate as well. So again, it is only after the intimation. And I think this process is already getting followed for imported cosmetics for last many years, when Sugam portal is already in place, and if there is any change in the composition, that is given as an intimation. So the same thing should has to be followed even for the local. And what I feel, there is a gap. It's not like, sir, maybe 90% people are doing right thing, but 10% of maybe industry members, they are not in the right side of the law, and therefore that may be because of some awareness issue. And I think again, from the how best we can partner with each other, like from industry and regulators together, I think that could be another point which I felt that we can take it. So I just considering the time, already we have exceeded time. So I will like to conclude the session. But before concluding the session, I would sincerely like to thank all the participants and also Dr. Somani, DCGI, for allowing Shraddha ma'am to be here, and Dr. Ahuja sir, and both the panelists from industry, Dr. Manas as well as Mr. Sumit. This was a really very informative, interactive session, and there were very open and transparent discussions, which I really, loved being part of this, discussion as a moderator. And maybe I would just like to highlight few, key points which we have taken away, and then we will be working as industry. That first and foremost, that first of all, again, thank you on behalf of industry. That we are really appreciative that regulatory authorities are, looking for initiating reforms in cosmetic area, and the first one, which is the beginning, is bringing cosmetic rules 2020. Industry is also willing to partner with regulators in bringing more reforms with a common goal for providing better services, best quality as well as safe product to Indian consumers. And that is also, and at the same time, how best it can be, like we can think about harmonizing the regulations internationally as well. So that has been also taken as one of the key pointer. There is another point which also came in the discussion was about something related to the standards, how best we can again think from the fresh pair of eyes. And again, I have parked that, and maybe we will have further deliberations, maybe in another shorter meetings. There is one more thing which I just thought that, like basically coming back to the same point that from regulatory authorities side, they are expecting industry to provide right solutions. And again, from industry, it's our duty as well to have a proper balance between the regulatory compliance as well as from ease of doing business. So I think this is in nutshell what I can put it. So these all the points are really valid, and from both the perspectives, from industry, from regulators perspective, and at the same time the focus is on the consumers who would be the end user and using the products. So that is in nutshell. And definitely we will surely deep dive into that, providing that comprehensive representation in consideration that there is a panel which has been framed for again revisiting the current regulations, and how best we can put forward some of the points which are really valid, and those can be put on the table for consideration. So thank you everyone one more time. I would also like to thank organizers, FICCI, for their support to have this session successfully done in virtual manner. And finally, last but not the least, I would like to thank all the participants who were engaged and present in this discussion. And that really helped to make this session interactive and fruitful. So thank you everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Sonal.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thank you.
Good day.
Thank you. Good day.
Over to you, Pankaj.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We are live, Sujit?
Yes, sir. Please start.
Oh, Harsha.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session, very interesting session at Massmerize 21. This session is all about customer experience, what goes behind customer experience, the investments that people are making around customer experience, how customer journeys are changing, and what kind of impact can it have on all of our businesses. I think we are very lucky to have a good series of panelists, an excellent series of panelists on fact. Let me start off by introducing them, and then we could get on with the panel discussion. Firstly, let me introduce Dr. Murthy, who is a Senior Director and Group Coordinator in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Dr. Murthy, yeah. Kalpesh Parmar, he is a Country General Manager for Mars Wrigley in India. Nitin Agarwal, Co-Founder and Chief Growth Officer, Upscalio. Pooja Chandna, Associate Director, Insights and Analytics at Kellogg's India.
Hi.
Pritiman Majumdar, Co-Founder at Picker.
Hi.
Well, gentlemen and ladies, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure the audience is going to enjoy the interaction that we have as we go forward today. As I set the context out to the audience today, let me start off with the first question I'll have for all of you. Is around how has life changed for the consumer or customer over the last year and a half, and what are the factors triggering this change? How have customer journeys changed, and what kind of investments are you seeing in this space in your own companies? Perhaps before I launch this, maybe Dr. Murthy, you would like to set the construct from a government perspective in terms of how are you seeing it across industry in the industry?
Thank you very much. During this pandemic, IT industry is the only industry which helped all the businesses across the country or across the globe, which sets running. So the economy is completely predominantly dependent on the IT and digitalization of various activities, which otherwise the business industries were doing manually, maybe in other non-digital form. So this digital adoption was the fastest ever in this, and which otherwise takes at least a decade for this business industries to digitize their respective venues and respect to business processes. So in this, what happened was many of the people have quickly found out some of the solutions, immediate solutions, and then kept their business running. The main focus is how IT will help their businesses running. So in this, some of the people have not even discussed about what sort of exactly the IT infrastructure is required, what type of applications will be best suited for this one. But whatever is available at that particular moment, they picked up those and then started the businesses. So slowly what is happening is after this 1 year or 1.5 years, now people are realizing that what is the digital resilience is required for this purpose, how the infrastructure should be a little bit robust. So that is more focus on this, and then somehow the concentrate on the stabilization of the solutions that are being worked out. And during this pandemic, and then some of the cyber criminals also taken this as an advantage, identified many of the loopholes and vulnerabilities of the applications that were floating around, and try to misuse those loopholes and then exploit that loopholes for their own malicious activities. So thereby the cyber threats have also been increased tremendously, and many solutions to curb those cyber securities also have come up. So what we are saying is, yes, while IT is predominantly helping a lot of businesses and then maintaining our economy, and there are a lot of cyber security threats are also coming. So some of these things need to be pushed, and then we need to maintain a cyber resilient system across the world, at least across all the business entities in this India, so that the people, the trust that while you are doing any transactions or any services to the customers, the trust needs to be achieved at least in the beginning. Thank you. I will try to intervene if it is required next.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy, and thank you for setting up such a wonderful start around how the government is thinking about this. Kalpesh, let me come to you first. You've been in the industry long. You've seen how things have changed over the last year and a half. But what are your views around how customer service is changing, things that your firm is investing on, which have released, which have sort of got you good ROIs and stuff like that?
Thanks, Harsha, and good to see you again. So firstly, a bit about Mars. So Mars operates in confectionery category, pet food category, and food category. Yeah, and of course our brands are Snickers, Mars, Galaxy, Bounty, Pedigree, Whiskas, Royal Canin. Yeah, and this is a $40 billion organization, and of course Harsha learned a lot from you in my previous organization, Unilever. So good to see you now doing a fantastic stint in India. And again, I want to acknowledge, ideally I would have wanted Fiki to at least have 2 ladies on the panel, but it's a good start to have at least 1 lady on the panel. Otherwise, I've started telling other companies or such forums, if I don't see a lady on the panel, I'm not going to participate. Yeah, so Pooja, thank you for holding forth. Next time, I'll work with Leena to make sure at least there are 2 women or 3 women, and men are in the minority. But anyway, we'll leave that for all of us to support the fraternity more. I think if you look at the way things panned out, is that we were all a bit taken aback. Yeah, and companies like ours first worked on making sure our frontline team, our associates are safe. Not only our associates, but their families and our partners. Yeah, we also did a few things to make sure our suppliers feel a bit more comfortable during wave 1. And of course, it all comes back to you, right? So we got positive support from our suppliers also, when we made sure we took care of them in some simple manners. It was not like we went out of the way. The other thing is that many companies were doing it in India. We thought we are here for the past 2 decades, but there are companies who've been here for 7, 8, 10 decades in India. So rather than reinventing the wheel, we said we'll learn from our colleagues in the industry. Yes, in fact, Fiki hosted 10, 12 CEOs, and we were meeting twice a week. And I can tell you, I learned a lot from Madhu from P&G, Tan from Unilever, Mohit from Kellogg's, and we exchanged ideas and we supported each other. We started as a Fiki team, we started looking at district-wise COVID cases. Yeah, because national data did not make any sense. And then we had a plan by district, and of course the Fiki team really supported us. And what I also realized is that our talent, our Indian talent, did very well during such difficult times. Yeah, and if I look at many other geographies where I was part of, the Indian sales and the frontline factory fraternity really went in the market, took some calculated risks, and supplied the products, essential goods, and some treats in a much more agile manner. Yeah, of course, all of us realized that we already had data of what our retailers across channels were consuming for the last 2, 3, 5, 8 years. We just had to put it in an algorithm and make sure what Shah General Store needs from us. And then we realized that their consumption was similar every week, more or less. None of these guys give us a lot of returns, right? That's true for any of the companies on the call. Yeah. So we realized that it was more account management rather than selling. Yeah. What's also happened in the last, in fact, 10 years, and I must acknowledge Marico. Way back in 2000, Marico started this whole digitization journey when it came to RTM. And a lot of other companies followed on later on. Yeah. So, but those kind of investments, what the FMCG world has done, actually helped us manage these times much better, because we realized that we did not need to service everyone every day, because 30-40% of the stores were closed. Yeah, so we knew which are the stores where the consumption is high. If we are able to focus on those large stores and serve the customers and the shoppers in the community, it will be a much better. And the last point, Harsha, is that we all realize, while we all appreciate the art of selling for the last maybe 10, 20, 30 decades, but the science of selling is what has helped us during the COVID wave 1 and 2. Yeah. Thanks for the question, and I'll pass it on to the team.
Yeah, thank you, Kalpesh. I think a great follow through to Dr. Murthy here. Pooja, I'll come to you, but I'll come to you with a difficult question in the end, as we look to summarize all the gentlemen who've spoken. But let me come to Nitin now. You know, a totally different business. Nitin, anything to add on to what Kalpesh is saying? You have a very different business structure here in India. Any thoughts?
Yeah. I'll quickly introduce Upscaleo because we are a new company. We are literally 7 months old. So we are an e-commerce roll-up model wherein we partner and acquire e-commerce sellers. Sellers who are already category leaders in their own right, and then scale them 5 to 10x. So it's a model which banks on lending expertise to these partner sellers, and also open capital access for faster business growth. Now, what we've also seen very interestingly, and e-commerce and online commerce has been a big beneficiary of COVID and has given tailwind to multiple categories. So multiple trends actually which can be seen. The first is a lot of new categories have actually been born. So the first one has been home improvement, because all of us have been spending so much time at home. People have taken upon themselves to start looking at every nook and corner in their homes and say, okay, how can we improve something in the bathrooms, in the kitchens? Many people have taken to cooking very passionately. The entire home gym segment has seen a big fillip. So has DIY skincare. Skincare has literally ballooned in the last 2 years. So a lot of new categories have seen very fast adoption, and therefore the need and rise of multiple D2C brands. The other big trend has been conversion of many categories from offline to online buying. For example, even furniture and chairs, or even high ASP purchases, for which people would usually do appointment buying and they would want to go out. Now people are much more comfortable buying even 15,000 or 25,000 worth products from the comfort of their homes. And not just from e-commerce marketplaces, actually comfortable buying from D2C websites as well. So which is other big trend. Now there are multiple online channels which are opening up, from e-commerce marketplaces to D2C, because now there's a lot of comfort and trust in the ecosystem, to in fact even WhatsApp for business. And it's super interesting how people in tier 2 and 3 are actually latching up to WhatsApp for business and are feeling comfortable in that bit of extra conversation with the seller before they buy something. Another huge trend is in terms of payment modes. So COD, which has been a big favorite in India for consumers, has actually seen a downtrend because now people don't want to exchange paper money, right? And while demonetization, of course, gave a huge fillip to digital payments, but so has COVID, and which means the entire payment cycles, the reconciliation cycles have become much faster, giving businesses more profitability and a faster working capital management. So I would say it's online businesses have seen a huge tailwind and great adoption across categories, across channels, and across different modes of transactions, which has been great for the industry. And I'm hoping things should continue and become even better from here.
Nitin, thank you. Very, very enlightening and very good to hear what you're saying. And Rithiman, so if I were to ask the follow-up question to you, or in a similar kind of industry, how do you evaluate investments? You know, for people coming up and saying, I want to do X and Y, and these are the trends, and how do you evaluate them? How do you take a call what is to be done, and how do you actually plan to invest around things as a firm?
So see what happened, right? As Nitin currently said, right? The whole pattern changed after first wave of COVID and the second wave of COVID, right? The first wave, the whole touch point between the retail stores and the customer stopped, because obviously due to the lockdown, the customers couldn't go to the retail stores. So what happened during that point of time, all of a sudden, the D2C brands started connecting with the customers directly through the social media brands, social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and everything, right? But what was missing was the logistics platform, right? Something like us, Picker, which offers the aggregated platform, right? and players like CPL providers like Deliveries of the World, Blue Darts, and everything, each and everything. So what we used to do predictive algorithm, and we used to say that this route is not working good for you, because at that point of time there was red and orange green zone, right? So we used to provide them the fastest route. So then they started delivering the products faster, right? So then they got used to that thing that they can get their product delivered within 4 to 6 days instead of 7 to 12 days, right? Which was the norm at that point of time, because everything was getting choked, right? But after the second wave, right, all of things suddenly changed. People got used to that habit of, although that whatever Nitin said, that this whole habit of homegrown products and everything, they are buying those things. Although in the second wave, it was not that high, people started buying everything from online, right? And then this new wave of companies started coming up. Companies like Bikai, Dukan, which started enabling Kirana stores, right? They used to sell from Kirana stores, right? And they also used to start selling, delivering through us, right? But what the customer's expectation was now is, if I can go and buy from the Kirana store, why can't you deliver it in 1 to 2 days, right? So now we have to deliver the product within 1 to 2 days, right? So that was the huge expectation. So we have to now get it fulfilled, just like what Amazon has done in Amazon Prime type delivery. So we are now doing that, right? So we are strategically positioning our warehouses in all parts of India and getting it done and delivering it in 1 to 2 days, right? Maybe, who knows, maybe in 1 year, it will be in 3 to 4 hours for e-commerce products, right? So that's why I'm coming to your first question, right? Why the funding has been so much? Because the whole customer behavior has changed. After the first wave, customer behavior was for only for homegrown products or beauty products, maybe something like that. But after that, customer has completely switched to everything, like right from grocery to kirana store products to everything. And now even the logistics players are so clever that they have now reduced their delivery timings. So customers from the comfort of their home, they're enabling this all everything. So there is a whole influx of funding. So now even in this like 2 years back to back, two couple of 6 months, we've raised 2 rounds of funding. And you can see lot of companies like D2C players are raising huge amount of funding if you compare to any other industry. So that's the main reason. If you see the influx of fund especially in this D2C industry, and the D2C enabler industry is huge due to the change of customer behavior.
Pratiman, thank you. I think a wonderful add-on in terms of funding and how it's increasing the space. Pooja, you've seen you look at analytics and insights through and through. You're seeing it for your for Kellogg's right now. You also see it across online, offline.
Yeah.
What flavor would you like to add to what you heard from everyone here?
Sure. So absolutely, I think I agree with all the fellow panelists that the consumer journey has altered significantly in the last 18 months that people have been home. You know, the adoption of e-com, for example, as well as the neighborhood kirana is unprecedented. You know, the kind of growth that e-com has seen, you know, otherwise we talk about, you know, China or any of the other developing countries which have adopted. In fact, one of the early things that we noticed was that in China, you know, due to SARS, the adoption of e-com had gone up many-fold. You know, so this pandemic led to the similar thing happening in India for e-com. The other thing was, you know, we used to always talk about in the pre-pandemic days that Sunday outings meant also going to a modern trade store for a family. You know, it was like a outing where you would buy certain things. The kids would use their pester power, put whatever things they wanted in the cart. But suddenly what happened in the last 18 months was you could not go out. Kids specifically not, because they were not at all getting vaccinated as well. So therefore, the consumer behavior and the consumer journey altered totally. And the typical model that we used to have saying, awareness, interest, desire, and action changed. Because what started happening is that before sleeping, you would take out your milk basket app and add certain items that you want for the next morning because you don't want to risk going out. So, the kind of acceleration that all of these, e-com partners or even the neighborhood kirana who could just send the parcel at home really changed. And what happened as a result is that consumer journey changed from a point of view that there is no more that you will first see a TVC and you will get aware of a product. It could be that you got a free sample at home through one of the online channel partners or somewhere, and the product is now at your home. And now you go online and you say, okay, what is let me understand this product. So a lot of sampling has been happening like that, and the consumer actually goes online and sees how to use. So that's why you see how to is such a important one, in terms of decoding new products, new launches, which have also happened during the pandemic. If I talk about us in particular at Kellogg's, we look at the breakfast cereal part of our business, there is cornflakes, there's chocos, and there is muesli and granola. And what is great is that what has happened is with all the family members at home, the number of eating occasions has gone up significantly. And because of the pandemic, the housewife or the homemaker is very clear that lunch and dinner is sacrosanct. It has to be homemade. There is no more ordering in, because people are scared of, obviously catching the virus, that it could be coming in, through the food. So packaged foods and Kellogg's in particular, in fact, became something which was their aid, because in the morning moment when she is actually dabbling in hundreds of things, because the online class for the child has to be set up, one child is screaming saying, I can't put on my video, please help, and things like that. She needs to be there for the children. She needs to be there for the husband who used to earlier set out at 8 o'clock but now is at home all the time. So therefore, discretionary products like Kellogg's, which offer you health and nutrition and at the same time are great for taste, became important. And what we saw is that our not just penetration, but consumption went up. What I mean is that more people were adopting us and more family members were eating us more often. So that is what is really happening with everybody at home. A lot of products which are convenience products, but can be had guilt-free, one favor with the consumers.
Well, thanks, Pooja. And let me come to you, Kalpesh. Now, having heard Pooja, she's talking about defined occasions, occasions increasing, consumption is increasing. I hope you've seen the same thing in your industry, but would you like to share an innovation or two which you have seen in your industry, which basis customer experience sort of made you change your ways of behavior as a firm?
So at home consumption really increased, yeah. And what we saw, what was very exciting, is that impulse at home increased. Yeah, so we need to have packs which are, consumption or celebrate at home packs, because the shopper did not want to do many trips, be it kirana stores or the bigger stores or e-commerce. Yeah, they wanted to do few trips and then get a bulk of it and then store a bit of it also. Yeah, so larger packs is where some of the households really started storing our products. Having said that, there is a lot of products what shoppers were buying when they were going out of India. That whole consumption or experience has stopped. Yeah, so the kids had no more goodies coming from outside India. So we had to now service that demand also through our D2C site, marswrigleytreats.com, or through the DCOM channels, or through some of our large customers in metros. Yeah. At the same time, we saw a lot of consumers moving back to rural India, and a lot of ranging from some categories, 50% is OPP. Some categories in governments is 80-90% of the category is at 1 rupee. So we quickly had to move from a 20-50 rupee product to a 5 rupee, 1 rupee product. And that portfolio had to come in weeks. And what a lot of us experienced in the industry, the demand for packaged foods increased, and we had to quickly redo our supply systems to make sure we deliver and again launched the relevant innovations and the packs. It was not just about the right pack, right product, but also innovative packaging, which the household wants to store. Yeah, and of course we saw brands like M&Ms, which were generally imported, a lot more in demand. So we went in and launched a 10 rupee, 30 rupee M&M. In India, the cheapest M&M was 300 rupees. So we went 90% cheaper and launched a 10 rupees M&M. Similarly on sneakers. Then we realized there's a lot of Indian experience we need, because what we like is our own flavors. So then we launched a Snickers fruit and nut, or a double mint with a pan flavor, and a lot more excitement coming over there, so that we are, and the key is, Harsha, is to listen and stay close to our consumers. Yeah. And the demands were different, as Pooja would know better than me. The shopping mission changed. Yeah. You are no more doing bulk buying in a supermarket or a large supermarket, because the supermarkets were closed. So bulk buying and impulse was happening in the neighborhood kirana store or in e-commerce site. So we had to redo a lot of our portfolio also. Yeah. Hope that helps.
Yeah, Kalpesh, wonderful. I think, Nitin, so, Kalpesh has talked about packs and listening to consumers and how behavior change. You are a online firm. What does technology and innovation mean to you? Like, how did you change? If you were to look at, let's say, year and a half to now, how does it matter to you?
Sure. So maybe I can begin with 2 or 3 consumer trends. So one big trend has been more DIY. And it's funny how it has kind of gone across categories and very diverse categories, say from beauty and personal care, right? Where people are ready to do more masks through the day. In fact, multi-masking, multi-oiling is a new big trend in the skincare category. To even people now feeling very comfortable ordering, DIY furniture. So we often used to joke of how IKEA will never be successful in India because people like their stuff to be assembled, or even sometimes, actually carpentered at home. But all of that is changing. Now people also have that extra time at homes. So they actually enjoy some of these activities, right? Or even people building out Lego miniatures, etc. at home. So a lot of DIY is a big trend which we are seeing on e-commerce. So those categories have taken off. Another big trend which we're seeing, which is primarily on the fashion side, is indoor outdoor. Yeah, so whether it's shoes, people now want to have footwear through which they can wear comfortably at home, and they can also step out for a casual walk in their condo societies and so on. Similarly with even with the clothes, so now people are looking for apparel which is comfortable and also kind of presentable, so they can go in front of the camera or go out for a casual stroll. So what we clearly seeing is a big departure from the earlier days of clearly defined sections of what people would wear out versus what people will wear in, to now more merged lines between the two things. Another big trend is now, because consumer spending has been limited on travel and entertainment because people have been confined at homes, people are ready to splurge more on products for their house, right, for their homes. So there's been a serious upgrade and both more spirited purchasing for normal product categories at home, and even on electronics actually, compared to how people would travel more on, say, categories like travel, entertainment, eating out, etc. So all of these trends have kind of lifted various categories on e-commerce and D2C. From the technology side, what we are also seeing is now there's a merging word between discovery and purchase. Okay, so now people want to buy as soon as they discover something, and that's leading to more social commerce. So platforms like Trail, which kind of facilitate influencers talking about endorsing certain product, and immediately on the next click you can actually add that product to your cart and check out with the next click. So those kind of journeys are becoming popular and increasingly commonplace, right? So it poses new challenges to marketeers and business folks in terms of is the new POS marketing in the online world, right? On how you build a brand as well as drive more conversion. So the top to bottom of the funnel has literally collapsed, right? And therefore, what was traditionally thought of as branding channels have actually become performance channels in the last 1.5 years. So I think some interesting elements over there as well. So this one side is social commerce. Another side is assisted selling, which is Meesho, Glow Road, and Shop 101, right? Wherein what we are also seeing is a lot of micro entrepreneurs who are using their own networks to drive more sales to brands and products, which is another interesting trend, because we've all been talking about how the trade channels are becoming more shall I say shorter and more efficient. But now technology is also introducing some more middlemen or middle women, but in a way which is actually driving more sales through their own influence. So yeah, I think interesting trends on both sides, both consumers and how purchases are happening in this modern post, or shall I say, COVID world.
Thank you, Nitin. Dr. Murthy, I'll come to you now. There are online firms, there are online offline firms, and of course the market is expanding fast. It's the right thing for the consumer. At the same time, there are stress points around data privacy and sensitivity. How do you look at it in terms of balancing out what's needed for the industry and what the consumer needs? How do you look at it? Dr. Murthy, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you very much. First and foremost thing is that we need to focus on the how to build trust around the consumers. That is the first and foremost requirement for all the business entities. Because today the transaction, once you are doing the transaction, whether the transaction is successful or not, we do not know that, because the number of transactions are more and the number of hits for any particular website is also very more. So that is one more thing. So the other thing is that whether you are particularly downloading a particular app, whether it is an authentic app or not, is itself is a big question mark for many of the people that we are doing it. So the number of apps which have come up is almost more than 3 million apps are there across the world, and then people are downloading left, right, and center, and how they are very trustworthy or not is another important thing. So towards this, we have been working with various entities and then business establishments also. The certain of our country is also very active and then giving a lot of advisories to various business establishments. But unfortunately, if there is any serious cyber threat in many of the business entities are also here, they are not coming out and then reporting to certain. That is a major problem that we are facing. The reporting is basically that what sort of cyber threat has come and how to mitigate that, and at least we can release some of the advisory to other business establishments which they can come out. Because maybe there are a lot of apprehensions from the business entities also, maybe because if there is a cyber attack in their respective company, and then their stocks may go down or their consumers may leave. That is another threat that they are facing. But at the same time, if such vulnerabilities are being reported to the certain, at least we will try to intimate other business establishments and it will not repeat. So that is another major challenge that we are following. And many of the apps, what we are doing is to make it as a indigenously available. Some of the apps for video conferencing and other things, we have been conducting challenge rounds and then inviting these startup companies to participate in that and then find out our own apps which will be very secured apps. So towards that, the government has been working on it. And another thing is data has increased tremendously. Downloads have increased tremendously. So personal data protection bill that has been identified and which is now in Parliament for discussion. Once the report comes, and then we can announce that bill. So that is where we are at this moment.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy. It gives a good segue into Ridhman yourself. When we're talking about building trust and sort of having an online firm, how do you sort of look at building trust while innovating? You talked about a lot of innovations that sort of you put in over the last many years and through COVID. Mm-hmm. How do you continue to build trust as a firm which sort of also wants to rapidly grow, acquire consumers?
Yeah. So in terms of trust, right? So 2-3 main things, right? So while choosing the partners, right, in terms of first, let's say the logistics partners, right, we are an aggregated platform, right? Although the customer look us as a full stack solution, right? So while we choose the partner, since a lot of COD, cash on delivery, cash is getting collected to us, right, and that we have to give back to our sellers, right? So we do a very thorough background verification to our 3PL providers like Blue Darts of the world, Deliveries of the world, right? Because we can't choose any 3PL provider, right? Because there is a high risk of they taking the COD money away and then the money will never come back, right? So that's one point, right? The second thing is the payment gateway issue, right? Because payment during the payment gateway issue, a lot of money gets as Dr. Mutia said, a lot of money gets transacted here and there, right? So you have to be very careful while choosing the payment gateway, right? Because a lot of people, what they do is just to save few percentage of money during the transaction, they choose very newer players in the industry, right? So while you are starting, or maybe even if you are very old in the industry or you are established player in the industry, go with the established player, right? Players like Paytm, PayU, Razorpay, go with the established player, Instamojo, right? I'm naming a few. There are a lot of other players also, right? But I'm just giving a few examples, right? Because it's very necessary, because a huge amount of money is involved. And also, we generally organize few sessions also, regular sessions with our customers to how to not give their OTP and CVV number to these fraud calls and everything. Because no matter whatever we do, sometimes customers do give out their CVV number, and at the end of the time, it comes back to us, right? So that what we do, right? In terms of that. Apart from that, if a customer products get broken out at the end of the like the last mile delivery boy has stolen the product and all those things, we have a very tight relationship with the courier companies. So that we have totally insured the product. So we get it insured, and that the seller can be totally be insured about it.
Thank you, Rithiman. I think Kalpesh and Nitin, I'll come to you. But before that, Pooja, to yourself, as you look at all the insights, ROI, the kind of innovation that you want to bring in, insights will always throw a lot more innovation. So how do you decide what to go after, not go after, especially given the whole online, offline interaction?
Sure, sure. So, in fact, Harsha, our function used to be called Insights and Planning. And what we've done in the last 1 year is we've moved from being Insights and Planning to being Insights and Analytics. So that's the journey we are taking, because we said that analytics should be a part of all decision making, be it for innovation, be it for my current business. So I can give you 3 or 4 examples where we've really started using, literally at the cost of sounding it like a cliche, but data is really the new oil. And when we had discussions with Mohit, for example, our MD, he said, I have millions of pieces of data flowing into my system. Am I really able to tell data stories from there and really take action? And that's what was our, so to say, KRA that we set for ourselves, saying let us start looking at data at a much more micro level and not just at a very macro level. So just to give the first example, like a lot of companies would be conducting market mix modeling. What we really are trying to do is, I'm making various investments in, for example, various campaigns that I'm running various promotions and all, and I want to understand what is the efficiency and what is the ROI of each of these marketing inputs or the sales inputs that I'm giving in the market. And it used to happen at an all India level. This year, what we did differently is we said, let's look at 5 key states and see what are the efficiencies of each of my campaigns, what is the return on investment, and do I need to do things differently, rather than saying it's a one size fits all and you paint everything with the same brush. And literally what we saw was, be it West Bengal versus Karnataka or Kerala versus Tamil Nadu, there are differences. And what we got was, we could, for example, invest in a certain part of the portfolio in a certain market. We also got what were the optimized GRPs. So what is it beyond which I'm reaching saturation levels and then, probably it's a waste. And, the question that we need to ask ourselves is that would, for example, the strategy for Japan be same as, let's say, a Greece or Indonesia? All each of our states are as big. But, till now, we used to have a all India approach. But that is one thing that we are changing. And we are not just saying it at a sales level, we are saying that, even at a marketing level and at a micro geography level. The other thing that we've done, in fact, is, we have started looking at not just at state. The second task we set for us is let's look at, for example, 334 odd direct towns that we go to, or 3,000 plus indirect towns that we go to, and understand what is the per capita consumption, where are the opportunities for growth. So we are doing a lot of this data mining and, bringing opportunities to the table for my current business. When it comes to innovation, which was your second part of the question, what we are doing is we are looking at, again, a couple of things. One is we are saying not just insight, we are moving towards foresight. What I mean is that there is so much of conversations which are happening online in the digital and social media space, right? When I do, for example, a large, like even a habits and attitude study, I would do maybe a sample size of 2,500, 3,000, which is a fairly large quad sample, right? Here, what I'm doing is now I'm listening to practically there are millions of conversations happening on the breakfast space, happening on the health and nutrition space, and these are unsolicited. So a consumer is not saying what I want him to say, or what is appropriate, because there's a lot of posturing also which happens, and that's why you use a lot of projective techniques and things like that. So here we are actually really using the technique to first understand what is happening. But the one point which I would like to say here is it's very important, be it your internal data that you are mining, or if you are mining any of these insights from social and digital media space, the cleaning of the data is extremely critical, because otherwise you could make erroneous decisions, because then it's just like a robot. And therefore I can't stress upon the need for human intelligence quotient over here. And then you start seeing and identifying patterns and trends, and identify foresight, saying what can I do ahead of the curve, what should be my next strategy. So that is in terms of leveraging the social and digital media. And the other thing that we are doing is also in terms of innovation testing. We are partnering with new companies, for example, where it's like a system one approach, uh, where we say that actually a lot of our decision making is based on emotions, and not just, we are not a very rational human being as it was always thought earlier. So what is my speed to decision making? And we've in fact partnered with a company which is now called System One, in fact. And what they do is they actually, it's like crowdsourcing. So if you watch Who Wants to Be a Billionaire or Kaun Banega Crorepati, the crowds are rarely wrong, right? Whenever a question goes to audience poll, it's it's a maybe a 0.001% chance that the crowd will give you a wrong answer. So we actually took our ideas to a random sample, unlike, for example, a TG. And basis that, we've got some very great ideas, and now which are populating our innovation funnel. So we have a very strong pipeline for the next 2-3 years. So we know what next to do.
Wonderful, Pooja, and thank you so much for all the innovations that you shared with us. Before we close, a minute to you, Nitin, first, in terms of trust, and Dr. Murthy mentioned something about how are you looking at that?
Yeah, so on online businesses, it's important to kind of invoke trust by showing strength of numbers. So whether it's a number of customers who bought from you, ratings and reviews, plugging those in, so customers have at least some understanding of what are the strengths or weaknesses of the product which they're buying, right? Another thing which you've seen work out very well is testimonials on D2C websites, because people also want to know, okay, what's the persona of the user from whom this feedback is coming, right? And social is a big validation. So a lot of love which you get on Instagram or on your social channels, plug it into your D2C website. And that really helps consumers one-to-one relate with peer consumers, and then be able to make their buying decision better. Another thing is creating more guarantees around returns, replacements, repairs in case of an unpleasant experience, right? So that also kind of gives them that extra bit of assurance that if they're buying something and if the purchase turns out to be wrong, they have a resolution. And finally, getting some peer validation by invoking some verified tags, certified tags, and so on, whether it's payment partners, whether it's quality verification from a reputed body, and so on. So I think it's very important whenever you're building an online business, you kind of make sure all of these things are put in visibly on the consumer journey, which become a conversion driver and helps consumers make their choices more comfortably. Back to you,
Thank you,
Harsh.
Nitin. And Kalpit, as we come close to the last leg here, your firm Mars is a reputed brand, trusted as much as anyone would want. But how are you continuing to reinforce, given the new customer expectations online? How do you continue to do that?
So I think it's not even personalization; it's hyper personalization. Yeah, everybody on Instagram wants something which is personalized, and then you will get a lot of brand love. Yeah. The future is about hyper personalization. The future is about not creating content once in 2 3 years. The future is about creating content every day, every hour. Yeah, and across channels, across medium. Yeah, I'm not saying only in digital. Yeah, and then a bit to acknowledge the work what Pooja and her colleagues in the industry are doing. We are moving away from consumer insights and we're talking about human insights. Yeah, and there were days 8 10 years there were time 8 10 years ago where a neuro research used to cost something around 1 crore plus. Today there are startups like iMotions, yeah, who give you a neuro research tool, and that tool costs 7 lakh rupees, and you can do umpteen number of neuro research, so that we really can understand the true emotion what a consumer will experience when they talk about your brand or product. Yeah, of course it will be I always get excited when I see people like Nitin and Ritiman, because we have become FMCG. We are slow moving consumer goods, and it's thanks to people like Nitin and Ritiman who are making us FMCG savvy. We are still not there. Our industry is not one of the faster moving, unlike many other industries. So thanks Nitin, thanks Ritiman for inspiring us, and of course Dr. Murthy, thanks for guarding us, safeguarding our consumers, so that we all protect our own company's credibility and our consumer safety. Over to you, Harsha.
Thank you, Kalpesh. And with this, I just wanted to thank all our panel members and the audience, Dr. Murthy, Kalpesh, Nitin, Pooja, and Ritiman. It's been a wonderful discussion. I'm sure you enjoyed it. I'm sure the people hearing us have enjoyed it. I've certainly learned a lot of things. And all the best for a grand FICCI show today to the audience. And thank you once again for joining us today, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, Harsh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murthy.
Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
It was a
Thank you,
pleasure.
Murthy.
Thanks,
Thank
Isha,
you.
for
Thank you,
having us.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We are live? Are we live?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to my friends and the audience in the from the Mesmerize event. This is my second year in the running that I've been hosting the digital supply chain module. It is becoming the industry standards of its sorts on the topic, and I'm extremely happy to be doing this 2 times in a row. Without further ado, let me introduce the very power-packed panel on this afternoon. It's a warm and sunny afternoon from where I am here in Mumbai. We have with us Mr. Rahul Agarwal. Rahul is a managing director at one of the largest cold chain companies in India, and in his capacity services almost the entire network of the country for all the leading food and beverages manufacturers of the country and global firms. We also have the pleasure of having Mr. Neeraj Goyal. Mr. Neeraj Goyal is the supply director of Mars Wrigley India, the famous chewing gum manufacturer. And extremely proud, Neeraj, you could sort of find time to make yourself available. We have Anand, Mr. Anand G. He's the India CIO and the EMEA Customer Experience Lead for Mondelez International. Mondelez, as you're all aware, is Cadbury's and Oreo combined, and many more else. And he will be talking to us about his journey and Mondelez's response on the digital supply chain area. We will also be joined shortly, I would assume, by Vinay Singh Khushwaha. Vinay Singh is the Chief Supply Chain Officer of Britannia. And, so between biscuits, chewing gums, and Oreo, we have quite an afternoon packed. And we have Rahul to ensure that it reaches all of us safely. Okay. The topic of digital supply chain, cannot be understated in the times that we are living in. I think the concept of supply chain, if ever there was a person in India who didn't know the phrase supply chain, was then made famous by our own Prime Minister in his famous address, where he actually spoke about the term many times over. So pandemic obviously brought to the fore the importance of supply chain, the importance of maintaining continuity in our essential services in the wake of the emergency. And within that, the role of all the leaders who manage these operations, which is, on a day-to-day basis, hour-to-hour basis, became extremely critical. And it became even more challenging with labor shortages, with cities going under lockdowns, et cetera, et cetera. The only way the professionals could have sort of kept pace and addressed that was by having more and more visibility, advanced visibility in terms of what was happening across the entire value chain. And I think, we should be proud as Indians, proud as a country, and that the supply chain community sort of came to the fore. And there are, a lot of things is reached to the last mile, the important food all the households. So more about this and what I would do. Each one of you has a capsule of about a couple of minutes where you can talk about your company and how you have taken up the challenges that have come to you in the last 18 months. What have your responses been? And where are you seeing, the new normal as far as supply?
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Hello? Yes. Yeah. Over to you, Neeraj, for your opening comments. You're speaking on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks. I was not able to hear you for the intermittently. I don't know if it was me or it was your network.
No, I
but
think there is a problem. Yeah. No, it wasn't only you. But go ahead. Go ahead, Neeraj.
Okay. Okay. Hope I'm audible. No, thanks, Akash, for the context. Just to reflect on my experiences during COVID, right? So, for me, COVID was defined by two things. One is the kind of uncertainty, unpredictability brought along with it. Okay. So demand was shifting from one product to another. Let's say the products for which you had a lot of capacity, that was not selling, and the product for which you had not prepared for, that was kind of, the demand was going through the roof. The demand was shifting from one channel to another channel, from modern trade to the rural, from modern trade to decom, or the third level of uncertainty was it was moving from one geography to another geography, because you have lockdown in south, demand goes to north, you have lockdown. So there was such a high level of unpredictability which we had to encounter. And the second, for me, COVID was defined by the labor shortages, as Akash said, right? So you didn't have the people available to run your operations, whether it's manufacturing, logistics, or overall. And it has brought to the fore something which the industry knew all along, but they were not able to prioritize it because they thought it never pays itself back or it's not important. But it has brought to the fore, the digitization or automation piece of it, which industry has been talking about. But now it's something which we all believe fully and 100% that this is the way to go. So during COVID, how did we manage? So during COVID, first of all, because let's say the industries or the companies which were not digitized, they managed by more collaboration. Instead of moving to from monthly SNOP cycles, we moved to weekly. We moved to almost daily connect. Right? What's happening in which state, which city? How do we move our plan? We were not let's say diversified supplier base. We build suppliers in days rather than months and years. Right? So those were the kind of actions which were taken during COVID, and we've learned the hard way. And on the labor side, obviously, there was something which we all lived through, taking government permissions, making sure our employees remain safe, which was the very fundamental thing to do at that point of time. But how do we move going forward with this context? So on the uncertainty, unpredictability part of it, so the key thing here has been, the data, the information visibility. The organizations will do well who have early information to the data, early information, let's say, early availability of data with them. And that's where we in Mars or other FMCG companies are moving towards making sure that we have the real-time data visibility, be it the demand sensing, be it the control towers on logistics. Yeah, we just want to make sure, where is the demand moving from one channel to another channel? Where are our trucks? If there's some disruption happening, how do we move from one place to another place? So whether it's the demand planning, supply planning, transformation tools, or it's the logistics control tower, there's a lot of investment we are doing and which is happening across the industry, which can prepare us for that uncertainty. Coming to the labor shortage piece, okay, digitization takes care of that also. But along with that, other thing which is happening in the plants is, how do we enable more remote collaboration? How do we run our plants when vendors are not able to visit? So factories are getting Wi-Fi, right? Which most of the Indian factories were not. So just now we commissioned a line, and which had a lot of reliance on global manufacturers, and I'm happy to say that we could commission that line successfully without any of the vendors visiting the plant using the remote collaboration tool. Okay, so these are the kind of things which we are moving towards, the industry is moving towards, and that's the way. So yeah, these are the opening comments. Back to Akash.
Thanks, Neeraj, and I hope I'm audible now. Over to you, Anand. Mondelez's response to the pandemic, and do you believe now, that you have the necessary capabilities to manage future shocks?
Yeah, no, thanks, Akash, and a lot of it resonate with what Neeraj spoke about. But let me give you my perspective. I think for me, what characterized COVID from especially the supply chain perspective was that how black swan events and these volatile events can completely throw everything awry, right? So if you go back to 2019 end, last quarter, and a lot of businesses, I'm sure, would have made their plans, right? And come March of 2020, right, those plans were not worth the paper, right? So I think the shift moved for me from pure planning and linear supply chain to resilient supply chain. I think if there is one word that is going to, which characterized and is going to further characterize supply chains of the future, it's about resiliency. That how can you be resilient to shocks? Because you cannot predict the shocks, but as they come, how do you do that? And there are multiple facets to that resiliency, some of which I think Neeraj touched upon in terms of live data, and they were all important for us as well. But I'll cover a couple of other things as well. So for example, if you need to keep your operations, your factories running, you need to take care of your people. So you need to get into a lot of digitization there in the factories, right? It no more can work in the old ways. So you need to keep them safe. You need to adopt things like video analytics for automated social distancing and things like that. So that is one aspect that was the most early aspect that we took up. The second aspect is also on backward visibility, that is going back to the source, right? So we invested a little bit in connecting to the farmers, connecting to our vendors, to not only get visibility but also improve collaboration and connections, right? So the whole procurement process, not only procurement, but I would say vendor relationship process, so that you get more visibility and therefore you reduce the whole bullwhip kind of a scenario and keep the data flowing more seamlessly. That's sort of the second part. And once we got control of the situation to a certain extent, in terms of we knew how to operate our factories safely, keep the trucks running through all the regulations that came in, which were initially very ad hoc, and then we had to find a way around it, and a lot of digital help there. But subsequently also we realized that this is not any one-time thing. It's not something we do and then things are not going to come back to normal, right? You know, as I heard this term recently in a, I think it was an Amazon workshop, where they said that it's the never normal scenario. It's never going to be normal, right? So I think we then started to look at how can we run things as business as usual. So we started adopting practices such as virtual reality, augmented reality. We set up a factory line completely virtually, which means that we did not have any engineers visit our site, but we had them actually guiding our local engineers on installation of new equipment. So that's sort of that's how we've sort of coped initially, and now we're trying to get ahead of it. The last point I'd like to make is also the emergence of new channels like e-commerce is now completely skewing the traditional ways of forecasting, right? I think you no longer can have your traditional store offtake, etc. So that's the other thing that we're working on how do we get into more short-term demand sensing versus longer-term traditional forecasting, right? That and these are all work in progress, obviously, and we have to keep at it for a long time. But that's sort of in a nutshell how we are looking at the pandemic.
Thanks, Anand, for that comprehensive view. Rahul, I hope I'm audible and you're not driving or anything.
No.
Yeah, Rahul, question for you. You know, while we drive supply chain from our offices, you're on the road, right? You have trucks and drivers, and they need to come to the work and collect things. So how was it, and how is it now? Is it completely become normal? Has it gone back to the old state? How was the challenge period, and how have you coped up with it?
Yeah, so see, one of the biggest challenges that we faced in this last 1 year is, the handling of the COVID vaccine, because most of the COVID vaccine that is now reaching the government sites and the hospitals are being delivered through us. So whether it was Covishield, Vaccine, or now the Sputnik, and shortly the Corbevax is expected from Hyderabad. So at that time, in January when the vaccine was launched, and the first wave was just getting over and the second wave started, right? So I think, see, principally, Mr. Neeraj and Anand have said most of the things that I would have said, but looking at from a logistics company's perspective, the larger challenge we had was, yes, staff and labor at the warehouses, and bigger than that was the driver issues, because ultimately the fleet would all depend on the drivers. So keeping their health in mind and keeping their safety in mind, a lot of things had to be done. Initially, in the earlier year when the lockdown started, there was a lot of resistance for trucks moving into cities. So that was another challenge, because there were trucks loaded with cold chain material, be it FMCG or pharma, and it was tough to navigate to the warehouses. And once we reached the warehouses, there was no labor to unload them. So multiple challenges. And also, the way we did things, we were used to a certain pattern of dispatches, a certain pattern of movements happening. And as Neeraj also said, there was a disruption product wise. So certain product which would do very well in a particular season, stopped doing so well because of the pandemic, because a lot of the premium products went off shelf, or people were focusing on their own health. So priorities were changing. So that also disrupted a lot of our activities, because if we had a larger movement towards a particular region overnight, that was disrupted, and it had to be rescheduled to other locations, and that meant a lot of idling also, and that meant a lot of other related issues. So broadly, we have learned how to adjust to the changes. It's taken some time, but and as Anand said about the new normal, so I think now we're living in this age where we can comfortably say that what we have seen in the last 1.5 year, I don't think things can get any worse than that, and we are well prepped to handle it. And definitely, tech and digitization helped a lot, because we do our entire activities of the track and trace, and the monitoring and everything through technology. And that is one area which helped us, because technology is virtual, right? You can sit anywhere and access it, you can sit anywhere and manage it. So even work from home didn't affect us so much in terms of the overall other activities, which included the invoicing and the tracking and the tracing. And that's how we've survived, and I think we've come out more stronger, more resilient, and uh, happy to say that in this whole lockdown period, we've actually improved our output and efficiency of the vehicles. The turnaround has improved substantially. Thanks.
Amazing. That's a great story. Neeraj, to you, and Anand spoke about the term. You did speak about it, resilience, right? And ability to withstand shocks in simple words. Can you give us, a practical example of how has Wrigley sort of become more resilient?
Yeah, so I think one good thing which I can say, which Rahul touched upon, I think with COVID, many of our companies have come out stronger, because earlier we were used to running a very, very stable operations. Maybe things are predictable, and now when we have learned to deal with that uncertainty, we have set up our systems, processes, tools to be, and we are more robust and we are more stronger as organization. At least this is what we believe in Mars Wrigley. Now, coming to the resiliency, there are various elements of it. What we are saying resilience means, how do we deal with this level of uncertainty as in future, right? And before COVID, there was small scale. Let's say ocean freight, there was a disruption before that. So there were disruptions, but there was not an event like COVID so far. And I know what it means for us. So digitization is definitely one part of it, where we are saying, with digitization, we will have information available, which will help us to adjust our plans faster. Yeah, because otherwise, if information doesn't reach us, you can't adjust your plan. You will have write-offs or you will have stockouts. So all those issues with that. Digitization is one way in which we are making our organization more resilient. Other thing I would want to call about is diversification of our supply network. Okay, one thing which we faced, let's say in the past before COVID, a lot of our supply chains were focused on efficiency and cost. Okay, so maybe globally, China has become the factory of the world because China is the cheapest manufacturing source. But now organizations are realizing it's not so much in Mars Wrigley context, but I'm putting a general point. that now industries are realizing that maybe we need to diversify our base, so that it's not just cost efficient, but it's also we can take care of these events or minor disruptions, right? Similarly, so there's a local versus global debate which has started happening, correct? So in Mars Wrigley, we are actually localizing a lot of our portfolio. So it used to be lot imported, but over a period of time we have been localizing. So one is local versus global. Second is diversification of our supply base, and third thing is even within India, when we talk about how do we diversify the geography, right? So if I have all my suppliers are based in South, can I have one more supplier in North? So having multiple suppliers which are geographically diverse is another thing which we are looking at. Okay, because one thing which is there for real is what we used to call business continuity plan in the past, which used to be a document maybe never really worked upon. So the COVID was a period to reflect on the business continuity plan. And for us, it has meant digitization, automation in our factories. It has meant diversifying our manufacturing, diversifying our distribution network, and diversifying our supplier base. I think these are the things I want to call out, Akash.
Yeah, all very relevant points. I think the topic around factory digitization is becoming so crucial, because that's where the biggest number of people sort of congregate together. Anand, from your supply chain standpoint, and from the hat of the CIO, I'm sure you have now a situation where the need to digitize and automate, and hence investments around the digital infrastructure is coming more to your table, and the ask to turn around projects faster is much higher, right? In the area of operations, procurement, supply chain, customer connect. How are you as a function dealing with this sort of increased traffic around the need to digitize an enterprise quicker, faster, more expansive, more interconnected?
Yeah, no, you're right. I think there is definitely an increased realization, and then there's no longer a question of if we need to digitize, it is how fast. So a couple of things, right? I think first of all, definitely we need to throw away the old mindsets of long lead time, long investment, and long cycle time projects. We need to have more agile sprint-based approaches. So therefore, that's one of the things that we have very aggressively adopted. Second thing is also letting go of the command and control mindset, where you really need to empower teams on the ground, resource them with the right kind of people. So a lot of the projects for us actually are run by our own factories with the right technology resources in the factories and the supply chain units, rather than the traditional approach of running it top down. And the third thing is which I touched upon in the but specifically emphasizing it, is a need for new digital skill sets. I think you need people who understand analytics, you need people who understand data and data science, and you need people who understand the core domain of supply chain. So we're trying to get talent like this infused into the organization, and therefore try and break some of the old long lead kind of approaches to these digital projects. So that's sort of how we're trying to deal with it.
Sure. And the topic of digital skills and what we call as the purple skill set, right? Person knowing the function as well as some element of digital is the single biggest area I think most organizations need to invest on, is building skills bandwidth to execute such projects from within. Rahul, from a transportation industry standpoint, I know you guys operate at very high asset efficiencies. At the same time, it's a decentralized setup, right? Which is the one biggest digital investment in your operating model that you have undertaken, which you believe is going to drive largest efficiencies? Because the transportation sector, given the way it is, has been reticent to make big investments.
Yeah. Thanks for that question. So see, basically, the one process that we have integrated with the whole digital platform is the integration of the operational data with the vehicle data. So typically, if you see most of the logistics providers, they would have the standalone data loggers which will generate the data report for a particular truck movement. But the truck would carry multiple SKUs and multiple documents which the customer would generate. So integrating that temperature data with the operational data in real time was the one task that we undertook, and that has really helped us not only bring in a lot of efficiency but a lot of more visibility on how the operations are, how we can control things, what improvisation needs to be done. And I think that's one of the best things we've done in the recent past.
Thanks. And I know that you're in the middle of the airport, so thank you so much for joining. I think you need to board. So thank you, Rahul, for your time.
Yep. Thanks. I'll stay on till I can on mute. I'll just hear everyone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Anand, a question to you. Again, this whole topic around supply chain analytics. And the fact that supply chains need to become more intelligent, and the intelligent layer needs to drive prescriptions so that actions can be taken. How do you think we are in terms of really moving to an autonomous supply chain, which is one of the holy grails of intelligent supply chains?
Yeah. So I think we are a little way away from that. I think in general, I would say that it's going to take us a lot more work to get there to completely autonomous supply chains and being driven from the machine. I think we are in a stage where we have just started realizing the power of moving from just descriptive analytics to predictive analytics. So you're seeing a lot of mainstream adoption of prediction, whether it is predict the quality, predict the performance, process management, etc. And I think once that happens, then I think the next step will be getting into the prescriptive and autonomous operation. And also that will require far more capabilities around IoT and things like 5G network, which is sort of still in its infancy or just about coming in. So we still have a little bit way to go to completely autonomous supply chains. I think we are probably a couple of years, not too many, but it should happen rapidly. But I don't think we are there yet. But we are getting more into predictive, barring maybe a couple of spots of successes and advancements. So that's where I think we are, and we are moving very rapidly. See, the last point I'd like to make on that is to get into prescriptive and autonomous supply chains. More than the technology, you'll need the man-machine interface to evolve a little bit more, where humans have more. The trust in AI and trust in machine recommendation needs to evolve, where you start trusting the machine recommendation. I think that's probably going to be the bigger roadblock to an counter rather than just the pure tech.
And just a follow-on question there, Anand, is the trust factor, you think, not there because there is not enough good quality data, or we just don't have the data science and modeling skill sets to predict accurately? What is it that's really stopping the trust from getting built?
Yeah, no, that's a great point, Akash. I think it's really the data, right? I mean, that's my view. And give me more data and a basic model anytime versus an advanced model and less data, right? I think, and in the past, we have never focused so much on data, right? And when you say data, it's not generally the transaction data, master data. It's also data like, for example, how often do organizations have a practice of capturing decisions taken, and then that decision itself being fed as a data point, so that the machine can learn that was a decision taken with this data and how effective it was, and therefore it improves itself. So I think you're right, absolutely right. I think it's data, and I think there is more awareness now on
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Neeraj, we spoke, as the program was about to begin, on the need to digitize factories, and while all speakers have mentioned, and that is indeed something that needs to do within the context of the FMCG, economics. Is truly a digital factory within the Indian context? Is it just a sort of, an idea, or will it ever be that, the factory will all across have a very strong digital backbone, and, you'll have operators who are, using AR, VR, and who are in a, highly automated, digitized environment? Because I find this, often being spoken that Indian cost of operations is so low that a digital investment within the shop floor just doesn't work.
Then you're absolutely right. And Akash, before I go into that, let me just build on what Anand said about AI and data. And I 100% agree. See, one thing in India which we need right now is more availability of data. Okay, for any automation to work. And in Mars Wrigley, our focus has been really on capturing the data from the route to market, from our supply chain, from factories, and that will be key. And as we have a lot of mature data, I think the next phase could be then, insights and automation of that. Coming to factories, they're absolutely right, Akash. If you look at it from Indian context, we always believe cheap labor is our strength, right? Rather than investing in an automation. We talk rather than talking about digitization. Let me talk about automation also. We will never invest in a secondary automation because we think we have people who can do that job much more efficiently, and that's a challenge. And that's a challenge. That's a real challenge which we are facing. So from the factory context, let me put it in 2-3 different ways. What has been the challenge in the factory? More than the advanced digitization, is it now about we need to more operations to less dependent on people? Okay, because if this kind of a disruption happen, the key thing which we are seeing is, the people will not be available. Okay. Number 2, as the industry is moving forward, people are getting reskilled. Labor cost will also go up in future. To be frank, there's a need to reskill because we are moving towards a different, let's say, digitization kind of a environment. So people need to be reskilled. That means the cheaper labor will not be available. Okay. So for me, automation is something which is now beginning to make sense at least from organizations which are more future oriented. Let's say, rather than thinking about current year's P&L, we need to invest for the future P&L, right? That's where the automation is. I think digitization for me could be more very industry specific. To be very frank, if you're dealing with very high sophisticated products, you need to do some digitization for maintaining the quality. You need to do digitization for maintaining the machine KPIs so that you get automatic report. And ultimately, the intent is to reduce dependence on people. Okay, and intent is for remote collaboration, right? You need to be able to share your machine KPIs with the vendor who is sitting in US, and he should be able to diagnose how your machine is running. Okay, so I think we're not going full sophisticated, but your key focus area is, how do we do more automation, and how do we enable more remote collaboration, right? So that we are able to share our machines performance, our machines KPI to a person who is sitting outside. Okay, and third thing is making sure the data is available to me or to anyone who is not in the factory at that point of time, so that we can monitor the factory performance even in a remote environment.
That's a great perspective, Neeraj. So with that, we have the last 5 minutes. I would leave it open. Any closing comments, Anand, Neeraj, Rahul, from any of you before we close the session? Rahul, I don't know if you're still around.
I wanted to add observations that we had during this period. The whole warehousing concept, and particularly in the cold chain. Usually, typically, users would block certain amount of pallet spaces on a annual basis. Would be some seasonal requirement, but we have seen that now the warehousing requirement is almost changing on a monthly basis. So it's become a floating requirement. So this is one major change that we have seen in the whole logistics and supply chain space, where warehousing no longer is a fixed cost; is becoming more of a variable cost, especially when it comes to the temperature controlled movements, storages.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anand,
Yeah.
closing comments from you?
So Akash, I think one of the things that we all need to be aware of, especially with increasing adoption of digital, is the need for a very strong focus on cyber security as well, right? And I think whether it is bad actors or a honest mistake can really bring your entire operations to a standstill and compromise your reputation as well. So, so I think that's the other thing I'd like to call out, that while we focus on building digital data analytics and autonomous supply chains, we should constantly be focused on the risks and focus on cybersecurity as well.
Great point. Great point. Controls, and we've seen enough attacks happening on all kinds of IT infrastructures. Last words to you, Neeraj, on the topic of digital supply chain.
And one thing I was speaking in some other panel before. So people talk about the new normal, right, which we discussed. So obviously we are not going back to pre-COVID days. Yeah, there is going to be new normal in the future, which could be something where we are today, or it could be something different. I think the key for us is to keep these learnings. I think which many companies will keep, but as a sense, many companies are actually thinking, oh, this was a once in a lifetime event, and let me still not invest in the digital technology. I think that's something as an industry we should guard against. Okay, for two key reasons. One, disruptions of this scale may not happen, but a lot of disruptions will continue to happen, and number two, if the whole industry adopts, when we talk about the cost, and we talk about AI, when this will be much more beneficial if the whole industry moves towards it. Okay, and that's my reflection. And that will bring so there are so many startups which actually struggle because there are not enough buyers, right? There are not enough customers who are taking that. And I actually believe if we do it, the cost of technology will come down. Okay, and the overall data availability, the overall automation, and the overall autonomous supply chain, which you're mentioning, will become much more feasible.
Great point, Neeraj. I think the topic of industry should collaborate towards adopting this new set of platforms. With that, we come to a close for the session. Thank you all for joining and taking your precious time. Hope this was an interesting and awareness building session for all of you. Signing off from FICCI, this is Akash. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thanks, Akash. Bye.
Yeah,
got a confirmation from Mr. Navneet Sehgal, who's the additional chief secretary in government of UP, and he takes care of the important MSME Yeah, we are live. You can start, Kizom.
Wonderful. Secretary Saab, Atish ji, with your permission, we would like to get started. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here moderating an important panel about responsible and inclusive digitization of the micro, small, medium enterprises, the heart and soul of digital India. My name is Kesom, and I'm the head of the Asia Pacific region for the UN-based Better Than Cash Alliance. We have a very exciting lineup of panelists who have built things, reached new heights, and today we will be talking together with them on India's inclusion inflection. As we get started, we have a very important guest with us, Mr. Navneet Sehgal, who is our keynote speaker. Navneet ji is an IAS officer who's currently serving as the Additional Chief Secretary with the government of Uttar Pradesh. He has pioneered the One District, One Product initiative, which is now being replicated nationwide. Namaskar, Mr. Sehgal. Thank you for your time during this very busy time for your government. And we would like to now invite you to make the keynote remarks.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be on FICCI's platform. And the topic is also very relevant and interesting. See, we have the largest number of MSMEs in the country. Almost 9 million MSMEs are there. And most of them, when we found out, most of them are very small and an unorganized sector. So need for digitization of their participation is very urgent. And that is what we have been trying to kind of reach out to them and tell them. And we have already initiated a survey of our teams to reach out to them, talk to them, convince them. And that is the issue. You see, the issue before MSMEs in digitization sector is, number one, is that there is no consistent and uniform kind of a solution which could fit all. And these MSMEs are so small that they cannot make so much investment to kind of tailor-made their own solutions for their needs. So we need to, in fact, we are working with some of the organizations who have offered us some sort of solutions, and they have also offered us a kind of a cloud service for storage. But there is a need, and I think I appreciate the efforts of FICCI in organizing today's seminar. And I hope by the end of the day, we should have some sort of a solution to it, particularly large number of MSMEs which are in the unorganized sector. We have to first bring them into a formal sector, and then kind of because that is besides the point that it will improve their efficiency. But the second thing is their participation in the overall economy is very important, and their participation can only be increased by more and more digitization of their functions, more and more participation of them in the whole in fact because of the corona, as everybody knows, disruptions of global supply chains, we need to kind of bring them into some sort of the global supply chain where they can also, many of them are through somebody or the else, bigger players exporting to many countries. They are already participating in these supply chains, but they need to be, and digitization is very important, particularly for marketing support. They need to be not only handheld, but also to kind of bring them on board. So I welcome everybody, and this is the best time because of the digitization has never been in focus as in corona times. Everybody is now on virtual platform, and this is the right time to tell everybody, and this is the right time to discuss and figure out how can we help MSMEs to get more and more digitized in their all operations and wherever they're functioning. And I appreciate and I would be keenly listening to and seeing the presentations and the talk of the experts. There are many of the experts present here, and try and inculcate, try and put them into practice in my own field. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sehgal, for delivering these keynote remarks. You have really set the stage by highlighting three very important agendas. One, the inclusion agendas, especially for the very small enterprises, especially those that are in the informal sector or the underserved areas where we still need to build the digital foundations, and government is making tremendous concerted effort. The second agenda that you've highlighted is the need to work collaboratively together with the private sector. And the last point is that really it is towards the country's growth to lead through inclusion by increasing the participation of MSMEs in the wider digital economy. Thank you, sir, for your remarks. And I'd like to now invite Mr. Atish Kumar Singh, Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, to also share his views. Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, and thank you very much for having me here. So, digitization and digitalization. These are two words we are going to be talking about today. While all of us know the difference between the two, but let's try to figure out what comes to the mind of the common man when he's confronted with these words. In my understanding of things, it seems to him that it is certainly the way to go. It is the future. And if there are going to be more COVID or pandemic-like situations in the coming days, it's certainly a must. Believe it or not, crisis is some kind of a driver over here. Another thing which pops up in his mind is, how does one get there? He also thinks about who can help me. He's wondering how much money do I need to, get into this space. Another of, his perplexities is everything is changing so fast over here. It's so complex, and it suffers with the problems of sophistication. What's happening on the regulatory, and the policy situation? It seems to him that it is something still in the works. So with that being that, many businesses have jumped into this bandwagon, as it were. Some of them are progressive. Many are starting. Most are contemplating. But believe me, the majority have no clue. Reading this entire scenario, the fact that the present IT sector is offering a multitude of products and solutions. Now there are very big players, there are small players, there are medium level players, there are local players. They have come out with different kinds of ERP suites and solutions and products in this space. So I want to bring on the table, what exactly is happening in the Ministry of MSME on the digitalization and digitization front. For us, it is certainly a key priority area. So let me just begin by saying, charity begins at home. At the ministry, we are looking at governance and its methodology, in a completely different way now. We are looking to develop a data-driven system. Evidence-based policy framework is a key reset clause for us. We are hoping to revitalize the monitoring and evaluation systems by making them smarter, real-time, focused, and transparent. We have dashboards, trackboards, MIS, data analytics, and several other tools which are being developed to assess the impact of different programs and policies of the government, to predict events, to raise red flags, to identify gaps, to reduce duplication and overlap, creating synergy with the states and other departments who are running several schemes in the ministry, in the MSME space, eliminating and innovating procedure. We're hoping to create flexibility and customization and provide for overall course correction. Right, all the schemes in the Ministry of MSME are undergoing a process of journeying to align with the pandemic realities. And we are now redeveloping a lot of IT-based solutions, some of them are new, some of them are old, and we are hoping to get into this space with very, very aggressively. So to tell you some of them, we have something called the Champions Portal, which has been recently developed. So it is a portal which essentially is to better the engagement with the citizens, the MSME units. It invites a lot of feedback, and it appears to a lot of people that it is presently a redressal kind of a mechanism. But let me make no mistake, we are looking at this entire system as a resolution provider. A resolution which is not just real, but final. It offers you hand-holding. It offers the use of data for a lot of analysis, and we are using that data to convert that into decision-making points. Another thing which is on the works is something called the Portal of Portals, which is going to be the one-stop solution for all the MSME programs, packages, policies, and interventions of the ministry. It is being redeveloped in such a manner so that we create interoperability with states. Several states have several MSME programs. Some of them even have their own MSME registration portals. We're trying to develop interoperability with schemes which are being offered, not just within the ministry, because each of those programs have got their own portals and operational vehicles, like the Lean program or the CDP program or the PMEGP and so on and so forth. We're also trying to bring in an API interface with different schemes of the other ministries, with several state agencies and the private sector. The Portal of Portal is also going to look at inclusion in a very big way. As Sehgal sir was just saying, talking about the formality part, we have already started with, as you may be doing, the Udyam registration portal, so which draws data from PAN and GST and Aadhaar. Over the last 14 months, about 50 lakh units have joined this portal. So this is a system which is very, very robust, and it is very rich in data. The quality of data is perhaps the best ever we have been able to produce in the Ministry of MSME. And lastly but not leastly, the Portal of Portal hopes to bring in integration and convergence with various other MSME interventions. For example, we are trying to bring in, at this time, there are some redirections available or some sense of convergence. But what we hope to do is to convert, everything together into one place. So we are trying to bring in threads, CERSAI, GEMS. There are several local and regional e-markets. There are several e-markets for the logistics. All these are going to be integrated together and brought into this portal. Now I want to let you know what are some of these specific schemes which we are getting into. So, but before I go there, let me just share with you what exactly is the micro and small business unit thinking about the digitalization process. According to him, it appears to him as some sort of a trend which he has to join, but there is hesitation, and this flinching is coming from fear, the fears which are imagined and real, or physical and virtual, or virtual if you want to say it like that. So he thinks that I know nothing about computers and software. I wish everything stays the way it was. I don't know if this is going to work. I think it's too risky. I don't have extra cash sitting around. These are the problems and fears he's grappling with. But what he doesn't know is that the advantages which the digitalization and digitization offers can far offset the fears. It brings to him increased efficiency and improved workflows, standardization of processes. It helps him actually reduce costs and get you into higher revenue generation. It helps him tap into the e-commerce market. e-commerce segment. It helps him get new customers. It readies him to join different formulations of artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, drones, robotics, Industry 4.2, and so on and so forth. So the ministry's new scheme, that is the MSME digital scheme, offers to do just all that. It begins by giving him a digital identity. It provides, the scheme is offering hand-holding support, training, capacity building, sharing of costs, mitigation of risk. We have about 4 different components. One of them is to develop the website creation, where the costs are going to be shared for creating a domain name and sharing the costs of hosting and maintenance. There are, a cross-sectional ERP suites which we are going to offer at subsidized rates. We have ready-made toolkits on all 3 versions of the of the SaaS, IaaS, and PES for business processes, for accounting, for taxation, for HRD, procurement, inventory management, supply chain, and so on and so forth. We are also setting up a 24/7 customer care center to help them, enter this space and stay the course on this. Also, there is going to be a portal which is going to be the vehicle to implement the scheme. The portal will have all the details of the service providers, will help them on board and all the different local and national key markets, provide them online training, e-literacy, facilitate taking advantage of incentives in different schemes of the government, different schemes of the states, and different departments. It will also offer services like search engine optimization, lead generation, and there will be a full-scale awareness program which will be funded by the government itself. Third, I want to bring on the table the problem of delayed payments. As everybody knows, the MSME receivables market runs according to one estimate into 5 lakh crores. So while the ministry has something on the cards or as a solution to this is in the form of the Samadhan portal, and we also have a statutory format in the MSEFC system. While there are problems over there, and we are reworking all these areas so that they become much better and smarter. So one of the problems is that presently Samadhan is essentially a tracker. So we are hoping to convert this into some kind of a transactional portal, and we hope to do that by engaging with the private sector and the MSME units who are operating over there. Also, we are hoping to develop. There is already some rudimentary form of blockchain system available on the TREDS platform. We are trying to get into a sandbox situation so that we develop a full-scale blockchain and eliminate the problem of acknowledgement on TREDS. Like I said, we are also developing an interoperability situation of TREDS with Samadhan, with GEMS, with Sirsai, and there is Sambandh. There's another portal of the ministry where we are getting in. We are trying to track the procurement of the government department by the MSME. Another thing which is in the works, which is one of my favorite projects, is we are working on developing a PAYDEX, which is a payments index. So we are going to use a lot of secondary data to develop this index. So it is once we are able to put this out, we are going to use this to nudge the sellers, the buyers and sellers to get into the payments situation. Also, we are hoping to share this data with the lending agencies and credit information companies to help them help the MSME unit improve the delivery on delayed payments. And last, on this is another thing which is coming up very soon. We are developing. So as you may know that the MSEFC process involves going to the Samadhan portal, registering yourself, and then trying to find an out-of-court settlement, and then move forward, and then ultimately get into the formal hearing procedure, and then an order is issued, and then it is implemented. So what we are attempting to do is we are trying to build, before we enter the MSEFC space altogether, we are developing an ODR mechanism, an online dispute resolution mechanism, which will help them not enter the zone at all and find a solution there itself. So that is something very exciting which is happening over here. I also want to share with the house what is happening on the msmemart.com, which is a portal developed by the ministry, wherein this again is something like it's just a matchmaker right now, and we are hoping to convert this into a full-fledged B2B, B2C, and a B2G market. We're also developing, synergies with, if you've heard of something called the ONDC, that is the Open Network Digital Commerce. So this is something which is also in the works. We hope to, get, we also are looking to develop convergence and integration with local e-markets, with a lot of international markets. Presently, MSME Mart offers opportunities with Mauritius, and we are hoping to scale that up. Also, as part of development of the MSME Mart, we are getting into the zone of cataloging the products, so that they can onboard different virtual exhibitions and fairs across the country and internationally. And also, we are developing another full-scale program on market intelligence and market research under another scheme called the international cooperation. So where we already have identified 220 countries, and there are about 5,300 products, wherein we are going to supply trade information in the form of tables and graphs and maps and indicators. We are also developing a market access information to identify custom tariffs, tariff rate quotas, trade remedies, and preferential regimes which are applicable to different products. There is also an export potential indicator which is in the works. So these are some of the things which are happening on the marketing front. Another intervention of the ministry is on the tool rooms and the technology centers. These are we already have about 33 technology centers which are in operation. We are going to scale them up by making another 20 technology centers and another 100 extension centers. To specifically, look at what's happening on the digitalization front, we are, attempting to develop training modules for Industry 4.0. We are also hoping to develop sandboxes so that we can get into testing different, products on the AI, and the ML front. Also, there are, provisions for procuring and installing machinery and equipment which can be rented out and which will be fully on an M2M system. And I also want to briefly touch upon, on the fintech situation, because that is another area where there is a lot of work going on. As everybody understands that the lending landscape today is moving rapidly from a bank-dominated system to a hybrid one. We have, entire, NBFCs, NBFCs, there are about 9,000 of them. There are microfinance institutions, there are small finance banks, there are neo banks, and there are fintechs. The fintech is actually, it is an exploding world. We have various products available both on the financial and the non-financial side. And, on the another thing which is happening on this front, on the regulatory front, we have already, the RBI has issued guidelines on NBFC account aggregators, there are P2P operators, there are payment banks, and there is on the RegTech, that is the regulatory technology front, there is something called REBIT, that the RBI Information Technology Private Limited, which is helping in ID audit and assessment. There is also CBDC, which is in the works. There is a self-regulatory regime for payment system, which is being rolled out. Looking at all this, the credit process is actually going through a major journey today. We have used a lot of alternative data in the credit appraisal process, and that has actually helped in getting you faster credit, cheaper credit, and more credit. But there is always a but, and there are issues over here. So one of the biggest problems is that there is informality of data, there is non-standardization of data, there are hidden charges, there are fraud, there is misuse of agreements, there are recovery harassments, there are issues in grievance redressal, and there is a lot of issues on the implementation of the fair practices code. So why I'm telling you all this is, the ministry is actually working to remedy, all these things. So we are, trying to get into developing a concept paper and ultimately guidelines and rules, which are going to be something similar to, if you've heard of something called TILA and RICO. So TILA is, the Truth in Lending Act in USA, and that is RICO, that is Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. So these are going to be, regulatory mechanisms and guidelines which are going to help us get into the space of disclosures, informed use of credit, legal remedy to include fronts, and different syndicates which are operating in this space. And my last point is, while all these things are happening on the ministry front, we cannot leave out cybersecurity, which is perhaps one of the biggest threats which the MSMEs face. And added to that, is the problem of rushed digitization. So the ministry is working to develop solutions, especially for the MSME, to help them save themselves from this problem of rushed digitizations. So we are hoping to cover the entire ecosystem of cyberspace, be it networks, applications, software, devices, operations, and of course, information. It is from information where the data flows, and so we are trying to get into both the offline and online situations. So the cyber resilience program which we are developing will provide solutions around data security, that is to deal with unauthorized access, on data protection, that is with respect to storage, both local and international, for transit of data, that is communication through LAN, IoT, fiber optics, Wi-Fi, GPS, and so on and so forth, and data privacy for the right to control personal data. Now, making business cyber resilience, requires them to deal with not only what happens before, but during the cyber breach and after the cyber breach. So we are hoping, we are getting into a situation where the goal of the cyber resilience program is going to be to anticipate, withstand, and adapt. So we are preparing toolkits, solutions, protocol systems by converging and integrating cybersecurity tools, like firewalls, password managers, cryptography, access control, wireless intrusion prevention. There is something called DDoS, that is distributed demerit of service. There is source code reviews. There are threat management technologies. There are threat hunting tactics. And also alongside, we are hoping to develop and get into a lot of awareness drives, provide a lot of capacity building and training programs, get into strategies for skill enhancement on this front itself. On the policy front, with respect to cybersecurity and cyber resilience, we are hoping to develop a regulatory framework. This framework will deal with issues on third-party management, consents, data subject access requirements, criteria for evidence procedures, judiciability, penalty, convergence of IT, OT, and CT. Now, these are being specified. There are a lot of things available in this space, but we are hoping to develop them specifically for the MSME and MSME space. So, that is all I had to say. But before I complete, I invite the industry, members of the industry associations, experts and specialists, the financial world, people from the labor force, the researchers, the media, and the academia to come forward and join us and help us find out these solutions for digitization and digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atish Ji, for sharing that very comprehensive views. And thank you also for starting from a user's point of view. It was incredible to note Honorable Prime Minister's picture behind you as we speak. So really feeling his presence and spirit as he's been such a champion of this important agenda. I'd like to now introduce the panelists, since we now have the stage set by our esteemed government representatives. We have on our panel Mr. Osama Mansar, who's a founding member of the Digital Empowerment Foundation. We have Jakub Rafael, who is the CEO of M1 Exchange. We have Nilaya Warma, who's the co-founder and CEO of Primus Partners. And then we have Vivek Loche, who's the vice president of PhonePe. And to preface our discussion, I just wanted to take the opportunity to share, very few insights that are critical to think about as we set off into a discussion. We know that a lot of India's foundation is in place, as we've already heard: Aadhaar, UPI, Aadhaar-enabled payments, bank accounts, etc., including all the work that's happening at the MSME side of things. And we really now have to consider the role of the community, because large parts of our society depends on it. And digital services really, or digitization, is really nothing but a foundation for livelihoods for our people, for the common person in India. And we have to think of digitization as a fundamental building block to create livelihoods, to create community-centric digital livelihoods that can empower billions of Indians. And that really is the vision of the government. And we are also hearing that in the corridors of the 76th session of the UN General Assembly that also started this week in New York. And we've already heard that COVID-19 has been an unprecedented crisis, right? To a large extent, India has been able to lead and handle it through the existing digital public infrastructure that government has been putting in place for the last several years. If you look at 1.25 billion Aadhaar, close to 200 million users in UPI, towards building towards 1 billion transactions, digital transactions per day in the next 2 years. And indeed, while we have democratized the financial systems in 4 ways, including, of course, the more recent initiative on the Open Credit Network, for example, the focus is very much, as we've heard also from Atishji, shifted to how do we really unleash the MSME credit and digitization? And there are a number of things that government is leading on and collaborating with the private sector. However, having said that, our challenge is really the 600 million people who need inclusion, the ones our panelists also work with as you expand your businesses in the rural, in the hilly, in the northeast frontiers, across the aspirational districts. For one, these 600 million people are very different because they don't have smartphones. Many of them don't, because there's limited history, limited data, and therefore their access to credit, to digitization services is really proximity based, and often credit is at a very high rate. So the gap is there in not their desire or capacity, but the gap is there because of cash or because of non-digital services. And the question is, how do we get them in the digital ecosystem, especially when their starting points are so remarkably different for us sitting in Delhi, in Bombay, in Bangalore, those without phones, those with 2G connectivity or less, or phone as a community asset shared, especially among women. And I'm really thrilled that UN leaders next week will launch the UN Principles for Responsible Digital Payments at the end of our General Assembly, because it includes so much of India's leadership in building the last mile. So with this, I'd like to welcome again the gentlemen on the panel, and namaskar to you. Maybe start with Osama ji. Osama ji, in the to-be-launched UN Principles for Responsible Digital Payments, it recognizes that the growth of digitization is incredible for including MSMEs, but significant challenges remain, right? Many people distrust or are unfamiliar. Women are disproportionately excluded when their participation remains the single most important catalyst to equity. And the 9 principles really call for greater collaboration, including with the citizens that we're designing the digital services with. Can you share with us some examples of how you are doing just that with the Digital Empowerment Foundation?
Thank you, Kazom. Good to be here, and what a lovely list of things that Mr. Atish gave us for the country. Also, I never get excited if the Ministry of Commerce and Economics give that kind of list, because MSME's list is actually bottom of the pyramid, and that's the strength of MSME, and that's the beauty of being concerned about that entire community, which is in millions. At the top level, people earn in millions, at the bottom level, we have millions who earn money and using business. That's the huge difference. A small little business, but extremely important because volume is what matters. We certainly have a challenge. We are a country which is one of the highest connected, but we are also a country which have the highest unconnected. There's no doubt about it. But I would say, if you really see pandemic as a huge challenge for the country, I would say that pandemic is also a great opportunity for the country, especially being in the wrong side of the digital divide, because it pushed our digital agenda so much better and so much faster. We were working on pull factor, that people pull the digital to them and we provide digital to them. But now we are pushing digital to them because it is a matter of pressed inclusion, or if you don't include it, then it can leave you as exclusion, which is a danger part, because we are making most of the things digitally dependent. There are three things that I would like to share from our learning, and our learning comes from three projects that we have been doing in the last only 2 years, I would mention, not 20 years, I would mention, because we are all working in the framework of this post-pandemic and during pandemic era. One is that our biggest challenge is how do we focus on overcoming gender digital divide. That's very, very important. And I am talking purely from the perspective of MSME and purely from the perspective of nano micro entrepreneurship. Our micro nano entrepreneurship cannot really rise unless we include women. That's very, very important, because the relationship of technology with humanity comes only by the participation of women, and that's very important for the digital to be a dependent tool for our daily life, because that is another gap that we are facing, because technology we see as a complementing part or as an infrastructure that's necessary, but it is still not part of our culture. We are, it's something like you just cannot go to the bank and do the transaction. You feel to be empowered a little extra, you need to trust the bank a little extra, you need to trust the banker a little extra, you need to trust your carrier of the money or carrier of your purse and the wallet much more than just carrying a cash. So therefore this relationship is deeply required, and that women's participation can bring in. The second is it will also increase the number of participation of the businesses into the digital domain. That's another important thing. The fourth important part is that at a grassroots level, none of the business happens without the participation of women. Whether you look at the entire handloom sector or the craft sector or the informal sector, any sector you see, women's participation in enabling the business is very, very important as a part of the business maker. The man can be a front end of the business, but the woman who is enabling the business. So it's very important that we not only we include digital, but we also women. And there are three examples that I would like to give. Is that last year, later half of last year, we did an online training of 5,000 weavers all across the country, only through online medium. And that doesn't mean e-learning. That means video-based online learning or online teaching. Yeah. So and many of them as far as Patamadai, mat maker in Trinalvelli, and then 10 years back with the Ministry of Information Technology, we had done one project with Chanderi. 10 years back, Mr. Sindhia was the minister, and we did a huge sectoral digital literacy and digital education. And then now when the pandemic was there, the entire people of Chanderi were started selling online, because they said that this is what we did last 10 years, So, we already knew the tricks of the trade. So they started posting photographs, they started making Facebook pages, they started making catalog on WhatsApp, and they started utilizing, but that also affected the middlemanship, because all those middlemen started being challenged, because suddenly the costing and the trend of the market started showcasing directly to the sellers or the producers. The second thing what we have done, and this is also a national level discussion topic, USAID has supported us with 20,000 women to train. 10,000 women, those women, which Mr. Atish was already talking about. These women are basically the very small level micro nano entrepreneurs, existing entrepreneurs, but nothing to do with technology. So we are not going to make new digital entrepreneurs. We are saying that you are already existing, you know, Silai machine, you know, Pashchun ki dukan, or the small little domestic shop, or a tea shop, or whatever, something or the other you are doing. We are doing 10,000 of such women digital entrepreneurship training to figure out what you are doing. How do you embed technology to enhance your business, or to do more selling, or to do beyond your block or the state or a district, and to go further, and how do you publish your content, and so on and so forth. You know, so because you are already doing the main business, you are producing the basket, you are producing the sari, you are producing something or the other. All you need to figure out, how do you take the photograph, how do you put them together, how do you put it on certain place where, you know, people can see it, or for that matter, or government organizations portal, you know, where you can publish it. The second thing what we have added is that with PM Vani, which is the new scheme of the government, which is the last mile entrepreneurship basis on the Wi-Fi, is that we are training a women, again women-based program, how they can sell Wi-Fi. They can buy Wi-Fi and they can sell Wi-Fi, which is basically the hotspot based, integrating the service and digitally integrating the service. And I am not talking particularly about the payment, because nothing can happen without the payment embedded into it.
Yeah.
But payment requires cultural invasion into the life of the bottom of the pyramid, because trust is the main thing. One Jamtara happens with his, you know, the Jamtara serial you may have seen, which is based on the, you know, on the call fraudery that's happening on the banking. I mean, one happens, the whole district goes not to do the online transaction, or for the for that matter, anybody.
Absolutely.
So it's very, very important that we think of these kind of things. I will stop there, but what I'm trying to say is three things: women and other things. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've highlighted such an important aspect of how to build trust, and also how to think about building trust with individuals at a community level, and the importance of grassroots organizations and organizations that you worked with over the last many years, or 10 years in the making. So thank you for sharing those insights. They're extremely valuable. I'd like to move to Jacob G. Jacob G, M1 Exchange is, I mean, it's transformative, and you know, we'd love to get a sense of how many women MSMEs are using this exchange, and any insights on how we can design for their needs and empowerment, thinking about, you know, the thousands of women that Osama Ji and his organizations work with, along with the government of India.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Kizom. Thanks, Vicky, for giving this opportunity. M1 Exchange, we currently have more than 10,000 MSME suppliers registered with us. We have funded to the extent of 16,000 crores to these MSMEs. One statistics I'm very proud of is that 90% of all the 16,000 crore funding has gone to micro and small. That is the smallest of the MSMEs.
Amazing.
And another nice statistics we have is the payments have gone to 608 small towns and villages of India. So you see the distribution. Even a big network branch like SBI, or you need tens and thousands of branches to reach this kind of distribution. So into the deep corners of India, we have testimonies from customers from the hilly regions, you know, very remote hilly regions, selling spices for exports to big spice processing companies. We have rice grain traders from remote places in Andhra with difficulty in transport and all that, but still they do digital transactions. We have dairy farm people, you know, selling 12 liters of milk and still transacting digitally. A lot of them.
How do you do it? How do you design for these, you know, last mile users?
Yes. So we have a very simple onboarding. Now it is even more simpler with the various ministry initiatives with Atish ji were saying. Now to register an MSME vendor, we need only two parameters. We only need a telephone number and a PAN number. Once the supplier puts in these details, a pre-filled application form is produced before them. We pull the data from various government portals, including Udyam, including IT, including MC in case they are a company, various government portals, and we pre-fill the application form for them. They have to just put their signature, and the bank details are verified using a penny drops mode. That is, a 1 rupee is transferred from our own account, the M1 Exchange account, to confirm the bank details. So it's so simple process.
Amazing.
Right. So we have enabled.
Let me stop you here and just congratulate you. 90% of your funding to MSMEs. That's incredible. Congratulations and thank you for doing your part. And as you rightly said, it's the simple UI UX. It's also making sense of data and utilizing it for the benefit of the last mile users. And that brings me then to Nilaya ji. Nilaya ji, Honorable Finance Minister has famously said that today's digital solutions should not cause tomorrow's problem. Can you share with us some perspective on how grassroots community-based organizations can play a greater role with businesses to ensure responsible digitization naturally because there is trust, they're familiar, and we've already seen from the insights that Osama ji has shared?
Sure, Kezam. Before I just answer that question, and I'll be brief, I just want to make a slightly broader point here. Because when we are talking about MSME, or for that matter, any businesses, Kezam, we're essentially talking about serving consumers. And today we need to appreciate and understand why digitization and why I don't think digitization is the bigger problem, because I think there are enough and more technology and private sector solutions for digitization at very low cost. I think I want to talk about e-commerce, which has been spoken about by Atish Singh ji and MSME. And I just want to put 3-4 facts and then just a few points. One, today, e-commerce platforms serve 95% PIN codes in India. So an MSME today does not have a market in a small locality or a small area, but across India. Second is, during the COVID, most of the MSMEs which have grown have actually used e-commerce or marketplaces to help drive their growth. And just to give you 2 more statistics, there is a survey out which says that about 49% Indians are likely to spend much more on e-commerce than on offline. In fact, 39% are likely to reduce in offline more, and therefore that's where the market is. We also recognize, and I think this is important for us to recognize, that MSMEs, if the big, not, marketplace not just help in terms of the access to market or lower cost of logistics, etc. To me, the biggest important and the most important thing is it gives them client and customer feedback online at the same time, and design, and that's how it helps. My larger point that I would want to make, Kizom, and to all of us here, is to look at how government and policies can promote MSMEs for participating in the marketplace. Because even if I just put GEM, Flipkart, Amazon all put together, they still do not make they're still less than 10% of our MSME population. Therefore, much more needs to be done. And I think there are 3 points here. One is on promoting success story. There are so many success stories. I mean, just from Lucknow, about a month back, I was speaking to a lady who started as a hobby 3 years back about something. Now she sells more than 3 crores online, and all the help she look, and she comes from what we would call in UP government intermediate college, not available. So I don't think, the challenge is people being scared about technology. I think the challenge is market, and the policies that we are looking at should be about how do we incentivize people to access more and more market. And I think that's the broader point that I wanted to make. And in that case, I would go to the extent, rather than trying to spend money on lots of schemes, if we just said MSME, if you digitalize, if you sold this, if you were available online, you had a good customer feeding, here is the money for you for the next 2 years, hire better people. I would not spend money on Skill India, but I will give money to MSMEs to hire people who are skilled. So I think the end, if we have to drive, this has to be on the demand side, not on the supply side. That's the larger point that I would want to make.
Nilayaji, that's a very powerful message, indeed, and it reminds me of an advertisement with our famous cricketer Mahendra Singh Dhoni, where he is, asking, "Are you Ranji Sporting Goods or India Sporting Goods? Because if you're only selling here, let's go on e-commerce." So the opportunities are tremendous, and government is building the right infrastructures, but there have to be right safeguards, right privacy first approaches in place. And we really commend the government for taking that leadership, really. Our last panelist is Vivek Ji from PhonePe. PhonePe has a great slogan, Karte ja, Barte ja. And you have plans to enable digital payments for over 25 million small merchants across India, Vivek Ji. Can you share with us some reflections on this journey to digitize the last mile of India across every village and town? Some key insights that you would leave us with, and then we'll get to the closing remarks, because I think we've gone a bit over time.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Quickly, so one thing that we realized, and I think I'll resonate the thought shared by Mr. Nilay about customer leading the change, and then the seller changing their business style or business, merchants mostly change along with customers. So first you have to kind of change the way customers operate. And in that regard, with the infrastructure that was laid down by government with respect to Jan Dhan, with telecom, everything put together, eventually, and obviously then UPI infrastructure coming in, last month, 99% of the PIN codes of the country had digital payments using PhonePe. And just giving you the status, that tells you that now customers are in every nook and corner using digital payments. And I'm talking about UPI particularly here. Now that leads to the change. Then customers start asking for that kind of availability of enabling payments for that matter. So basically, then we started obviously approaching merchants. And now I think this year we would have digitized 25 million merchants till date. But their digitization is not only about enabling digital payments. For us, we actually go one step further. We help them, we give them a digital page where they can put their basic information with respect to what they sell, when they are open, whether they do home delivery, the contact details and all those things. So basic details. That page is something that can become their promotional channel, which they can share on various channels, including WhatsApp or wherever they want to go. So basically that becomes their, and one thing that we have learned, because when you're touching, we have now 320 million customers and 25 million merchants there. When you touch people at that scale, if the product, if what you take to market is not simple enough, then it will not work. So what we have done is we have made it so simple, so intuitive that you don't have to go and explain it to anyone. Anybody on a single touch will be able to become a customer or a merchant. And that's how the whole ecosystem comes into play. So yeah, so beyond payments, we have gone further. And I would like to actually congratulate Mr. Atish Singh Ji to share all those things. And in fact, I would be happy to work with the government on various initiatives that you have already planned, that you shared.
Thank you, Vivek Ji. You've ended with such a great note. Keep it simple, keep it intuitive, and really let the user lead, let the citizen lead. And I want to end our panel with the Honorable Prime Minister's message that he shared during the India's Independence Day celebration. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. And that's India's motto towards achieving greater heights in the coming years. And to ensure that we meet the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat and to make digitization inclusive, we need to think about the 600 million that I talked about that are very different from you and I, and the 100 or 200 million that are currently digitized. The Northeast region, the Himalayan regions, the tribal regions, and because that will really make the foundation for India's development in the future stronger and more inclusive. So with this, thank you so much, Secretary Saab, Atish ji, our esteemed panelists, for joining us for this very, very lively session. And to our viewers and watchers, thank you for joining this FICCI's Mesmerize event. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Wonderful.
part of the, okay, I think it's starting.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Rajat. You broke up.
I'm saying, is India going to be a big part of the remit as well in terms of focus market?
We are live now. Please start.
All right. Okay. So Pankaj, you want to do the introduction? I'm starting now.
You start, Rohit, please. Rajat, start.
Okay. So good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here for what I think is the last session for today. It's with great pleasure that I want to welcome Rohit Grover, who is the President International for the Hershey Company. In his role, he leads the vision, strategy, and financial advisory for Hershey's international business, which is really 60 brands across 85 plus countries. He most recently led Hershey's business in Greater China as Vice President General Manager, where he steered a major turnaround and restructuring of that business. Prior to that, he's held other important roles at Hershey's, including the global Walmart and club channels, where he really engaged and did devise the overall club channel strategy. Before that, he was Vice President Hershey Canada, where he transformed the business and culture, leading to accelerated growth. With that, Rohit, maybe 2 minutes for you to just do an introduction of yourself as well. Maybe I don't think if I've done full justice to that. Maybe a brief word, and also where you are based and what your vision is for Hershey's, including the India part, given that we are having this conversation here, and then we can get into your presentation.
Yeah, no. So firstly, Rajat and Fiki, I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, super excited to be here. I think you've already, done justice to my background. I think the one thing I'll just add is I am from India. I still have my Indian passport. Never gave it up. Never will. Very close to my heart. So India is always close to me and close to my family. Right now, we're based in Dubai, because it's the easiest place I can actually travel from and get business done. So we're going to be based out of here for some time till we determine what's next with the pandemic. But with that said, I wanted to dive into today's topic, right? And I wanted to share with you 3 stories, folks. So have patience. So it's the 1800s, or the middle 1800s, and Milton Hershey's family is extremely worried whether he's going to make it in real life. So his mom actually goes and finds him an apprenticeship at a printing shop. Of course, he works there for a few months, and clearly his manager realizes that things are not working out, and he gets fired. A few months later, he goes and gets himself a job at a candy business. He works there again for a few months. There again, his manager realizes things are not working, and he gets fired again. What you would say is, in the early part of Milton's life, he was a serial failure, which clearly he was. The thing is, he never gave up. One of the things that he realized when he was working in that candy business, is that he had a passion for candy. And he decided that he will build his own candy business. So he worked with family members, borrowed money, and set up a small candy business in Philadelphia. A year or so later, that business failed and he had to shut it down. He then moved to New York City and opened another candy business, again with borrowed money from family. Again, the business failed and it closed down. He then moved to Chicago, set up another candy business, and failed again. Undeterred, he moved to Denver and set up another candy business and failed again. As you can see, he had a string of failures. And what you would say is, or some would say, he had a string of bad luck. But unlike many other folks that would quit and would give up, I think what separated Milton was his determination, his resilience, his ability to continue to push on and try to achieve his vision, and just his ability to never quit. Now, while this was going on, as I said, his family and his relatives were unwilling to meet him and started to avoid him because they knew every time he would come in front of them, he wanted more money. So Milton finally went to bankers and tried to borrow money from banks. But having heard his history, no one was willing to lend him money. However, there was a banker who was willing to bet on Milton, and he gave him some seed money to start off his new venture, which was a caramel business. And he set that up in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. And voila, that business was extremely successful. Not only was it successful, he started to export candy around the world. And the business made a lot of money. But Milton was also listening to consumers and staying close to them. And what he did realize was that the masses back in the late 1800s wanted chocolate. Unfortunately, back then, chocolate was completely unaffordable. It was a pure luxury and only for the rich. He had a dream that he could make chocolate affordable for the masses. A bold dream, because something like this had never been done. So he ended up selling his caramel factory and took that money and built the Hershey Company in central Pennsylvania, where there were only cornfields and cows. And that's when the story of the great Hershey Chocolate Company began. Now you would say, wow, what a man. But this man had the resilience and that ability to never ever give up. And that ability and that resilience that was in Milton, I would say, rests in our DNA even today. It is why we have survived for the last 127 years. We have survived the Great Depression, World War II, and now even the pandemic. Could I request you to change the slide? And what an amazing story, right? So as I reflected on this story, and folks, if you want to hear more about Milton, there is an HBS case study done on him. You can definitely go in and plug that article out. But I took away 4 things. Now, if you can flip to the next, yeah. And I thought I'd share them with you. So the first one, challenges, difficulties, and failures are just things that we need to conquer and push through, right? Don't ever forget that. Tough times never last. You have to be optimistic and determined. And that is the key ingredient for us to get through the tough times. It is that attitude you have that matters. Secondly, staying close to the consumer and understanding what the consumer wants, what his needs are, what motivates them, is critical for success of any business. That curious mind and continued learning agility that he had was extremely critical in making sure that he kept going. And I would say most importantly, right? In tough times, we never forget our people and community. People is what makes us, and so does the community. And Milton never forgot that. He, in fact, built his entire community because there was nothing in central Pennsylvania back then. He built homes for people. He built an entire town. He built museums, parks, etc. Not only that, 2 decades prior to his death, he donated his entire wealth to an orphanage that he had set up. And today that orphanage lives in perpetuity. And it is the largest endowment fund from grade K through 12. What a remarkable story of Milton. And as I said, his resilience is what makes the company and what makes the people in the company and has kept us going even through this pandemic. So with that said, I want to shift gears a bit and share another story. Now, I have been extremely fortunate having the luxury of having many different experiences in 7 different countries, and in some countries having lived and worked multiple times. Now, a lot of this came with a lot of success, but it also came with failures, stumbling, and a lot of falls. And I would say that the failures and the falls is clearly what made me stronger. And I would say that has been extremely rewarding. That clearly helped in my development and helped push me forward. We are now in the late 2013, early 2014. I just got a promotion and I was made general manager for our Canadian business, a developed market, an extremely mature market, and a very important market for our business. And of course, I was super excited. But I was moved from Asia, where I'd spent several years running various businesses. And as you know, Asia is a fast-growing, with a different culture area. Anyway, like many of you, having jumped into the business, I quickly tried to assess and understand what was going on in the business and what was needed to accelerate growth. After having looked at the strategy, I think it was extremely clear that the strategy was extremely strong. Few tweaks were needed just to upgrade given the current times, but other than that, there was not much to do. But the one issue that I noticed after having spoken to many people and sat in many meetings was the attitude and mindset of few leaders. Not the entire organization, because I would say a majority of the organization was looking for change. So now the key is, how do you really change people's mindset? How do you culturally transform an organization to drive accelerated growth? It was not a question of strategy. So like a good personality, I decided I should roll my sleeves and dive right in, right? And that's exactly what I did. Completely the wrong thing to have done. So there were a couple of individuals who thought like me and wanted to change. So I started working with them. We started building a plan, right? At the same time, I was asking extremely difficult and pointed questions to certain individuals. And it was extremely clear from my body language that I was extremely disappointed by a lot of stuff that was being shared with me. And the speed at which I was demanding things was making those folks highly uncomfortable. They were not used to such a situation. I would say towards month 2 of this assignment, I get a phone call from my boss, and she's sitting in headquarters. And clearly she was expressing her concern on what she was hearing. I then get a call from our head of talent. He's concerned too. Not only that, I then get a call from my HR business partner. She's concerned. And then at the same time, I get a call from a couple of colleagues at HQ who are extremely close to me and concerned about me and wanted to make sure I was successful. And trying to express that I should definitely think about how I was doing things. I must say that was an extremely difficult week for me and a rude awakening, right? That was a crucible moment in my career, right? It was quite evident that if I couldn't get it right, I didn't have a job, right? And I must say that week I did reflect on what was going on, and I consulted with a few individuals. The one thing that was clear to me was the what was the right thing. I knew what was needed to be done. The issue was the how. And I also realized and accepted the fact that I did not know how to fix the how. And that was a tough realization for a good A personality. But clearly I was determined to make the change, and I wanted to learn and I wanted to move on. So I quickly reached out to a coach and got help. And at the same time, I enlisted a couple of senior individuals in the company to help me through my journey. We quickly identified 2 areas that I needed to work on, the how, because I was determined to build the muscle. I clearly did not have the muscle in that area. So we built a very tactical plan for each of those 2 areas. And I emphasize tactical because that's what really helped me. One of the things that I did was on my notes app on my iPhone, I actually listed out exactly the tactics that I needed to follow. When I walk into a meeting, what should I be doing? And when I speak to certain individuals, what should I be saying? And every time I would walk into a meeting or speak to certain individuals, I would read that app. And that's what got me through and started my journey in building that muscle. And it was hard, by the way. It was not easy because it was not my comfort zone. But I was determined that I wanted to make it happen. What I also did was not only enlist those 2 people I told you in the beginning to help me build a plan, I enlisted the entire organization. They built the plan and empowered them to then execute the plan. And there started the transformation, the cultural transformation of that business. And I must say, by the time I left, there was a turnaround both in top and bottom line. So from this experience, there are many learnings, but again, I just highlight 3 that really struck in my mind. The first one, again, is your attitude, which is, in my view, one of the key pillars. Your willingness to accept, your willingness to make the change, and your willingness to work on you. That curious mindset, that learning agility, wanting to learn, how do I make this how happen? Willing to speak to people, getting advice, asking people for help, getting a coach, realizing that you don't know everything, even though sometimes you think you do. And what you realize is when you reach out to people, people are willing to help and shower their help and support you. I must say that, the different experiences and leadership challenges as the one that I just described to you have been extremely critical in forging my personal resilience and my appreciation for different cultures. And I think it's been crucial in helping me lead the organization during the pandemic. Let's change slides. I now switch to another story. Right?
Is this the slide you were looking at?
Yeah, great. Sorry, I think technically went wrong. So I shift to another story. We are now in December 2019, right? I was in the US at a board meeting and I got a phone call from my wife. And my wife is this really intelligent lady. She puts me to shame. And she starts telling me that, hey, something is happening in Hubei province. Sorry, folks, back then we were living in Shanghai. And, of course, I didn't really pay much attention to what she was saying. But my wife is one of those curious individuals who continues to read a lot and reads all these strange newspapers and magazines. Anyway, I didn't make much about it. Time moves on. We're now sitting in middle of January. I'm traveling on another business trip, and I again get a phone call from my wife, and she's now highly concerned. She's like, hey, this virus is spreading, and now there are a few cases showing up in Shanghai. I'm extremely worried. I'm going to fly back to India with my son. I'm like, okay, sure, go ahead. Chinese New Year was anyway fast approaching, so I knew holidays were coming up. 2 days later, President Xi announces that he's locking down the country, and China goes into lockdown for a month. No manufacturing, no sales, folks allowed on the ground, logistics almost coming to a standstill. And of course, back then we all thought, hey, after this month, things will be back to normal. A few weeks later, South Korea starts to close, and my organization over there can't go to the office. A few weeks later, Europe follows. Europe is going into a lockdown. And a couple of weeks later, the US is shut down. By mid-March, pretty much majority of the world is locked down. I remember leaving my office in the US, towards early March. And all our colleagues, since the country was locking down, all our colleagues were going home. And they were saying, hey, we'll see you in 2 to 3 weeks once the country opens back up. And boy, were we really, really wrong. At that point in time, what I started to see was that the Western world and Western governments were acting a lot more rationally. And while they were closing down, they had not completely halted their economy. So things could still progress. However, in the emerging markets, the situation was very, very different. We saw some severe lockdowns in many countries, and India was not an exception. Clearly, as you noted in India, at least for the first few months, there was zero manufacturing, no logistics was operational. I would say minimal number of stores open at best, and so on. And there was panic and a lot of concern. I spent the first 5 months in India in lockdown in North India. And I still remember the first 2 weeks, I could barely get vegetables. And whatever vegetables I could get, that's what you had to buy. It was tough. And many other emerging economies went through the same thing. Now, coming back on the business side, luckily, of course, we had technology, right, to communicate, which was a great thing. However, while we had technology in the past, we never really used technology. So folks were never comfortable using technology. Plus, our folks were now confined to their homes, and people were uncomfortable working in their homes. And how do you use technology? I started getting phone calls from around the world, and I could sense a feeling of fear and paralysis. How are we going to run the business? And I must say, I was worried too. So then in early March, the one thing we did as a team was we started having short huddles every day. We got the entire team and we started talking about what was going on, what needed to be done, and started making speedy decisions. And their team started to do exactly the same. That started creating momentum and started getting people back and started giving people hope. The next thing we did immediately was all around employee safety. Our HR team built clear safety protocols, especially for our manufacturing and field sales teams. And then we put that in place and started communicating it with high frequency. We also started buying a lot of safety equipment and PPEs from China, because by then China started opening up and started sending that to all our offices around the world. And that was critical, employee safety. We amplified communication like you would never believe. Every few weeks, there was communication going out either for myself or for my team members to the entire organization, letting them know exactly what we were doing and what we needed them to do and what we would be doing next. We enlisted a lot of our China folks to come in during these meetings and share their experiences. They were 2 months ahead, and we knew that would give us an advantage over competition. One of the things we benefited from very earlier on in the pandemic was shifting our manufacturing resources towards our take-home portfolio. We have 2 portfolios, take-home and impulse. And we started buying excessive raw materials and building excessive inventory in that side of our portfolio, which really paid off. We moved our resources also into the e-commerce and digital marketing space, because we knew that was the only way we could sell and increase volumes. At this point in time, our Mexico team was trying to set up a manufacturing line, which was critical and needed to add capacity. But the pandemic, as you know, had hit and no one could travel. And we needed key engineers and quality folks to come in and help set up those lines. Ordinarily, you would say it is impossible. But our Mexico folks learned from our China team, because earlier on in the pandemic, our China folks were faced with a similar issue where they had to set up a manufacturing line for a new product. And neither could they have their engineers or quality folks step into the plant. So they used video technology to make it happen virtually, and it worked. And it also worked for the Mexico team, and that line was up and running and clearly helped us meet the demand of consumers at that point in time. In India, as you know, severe lockdown. Our facilities were shut. Luckily, with the help of FICCI and many such organizations, and a big thank you to FICCI for playing a big part in helping us get our facilities up and running. We did get them up and running, but then the issue was we couldn't get labor to move from one district to the other, right? So how do you solve for that problem? How do you meet the demands of consumers? Because clearly there was demand. So our creative folks in manufacturing repurposed our manufacturing facilities and set up a dorm in our manufacturing facility. So our labor could live and work within the plant, and voila, we had a lot of production and could meet the new needs of consumers. In Brazil, we're still in the early parts of the pandemic. Brazil is now severely hit. However, Brazil never locks down. And what's happening in Brazil at this point is that there's an extreme shortage of hand sanitizers and a lot of people have been laid off. Our manufacturing plants have a lot of alcohol that we use, cleaning alcohol for our facilities. They started distributing that cleaning alcohol to the community so people could get hand sanitizers, and started distributing food to the community. Remember, community is key and number one. It is the community that has and helps us survive and move forward. And we never forgot our community. And this was just one example in Brazil, but we did the similar in all other countries. It's now May and China is starting to open back up. By June, our folks are back in office. And by August, September, China is almost back on its feet. People are moving up and down the streets, wearing masks, but everything is almost back to normal. But the rest of the world, the situation was extremely difficult, right? However, I must say that our Western or developed market businesses by June had started to roar again. Those economies had started to open up. However, our emerging market businesses were still extremely crippled and challenged. Our business was down 50%, massive for those 4 months. Now, during this period, the one thing that was never on our table was employee layoffs. We could not even think about that. One of the things that also made us extremely confident in that space was, one, looking back at history and knowing that difficult times always pass, but also studying pandemics. And at the same time, we had started to observe that Western economies were opening up their wallets, and that was critical. And boy, I must say that really helped. By June, our focus had moved to employee well-being. As all of you would have experienced, the line was blurring between work and your home life. And people were finding it extremely difficult to manage. Our HR quickly built a framework on how we and people should think about well-being. And we started communicating that rapidly to our employees. A couple of examples of what we did. We had half-day Fridays so that employees could spend more time with their families. We blocked off lunchtime where we would have no meetings, and we restricted work hours. It took time to get into the DNA of the organization, but within few months it did, and it really paid off. We are now sitting in August, and luckily the emerging market businesses around the world have started to turn. And at least our businesses have started to hit targets. We are now sitting in Q4, and it was all about prioritization. One of the things we also realized is that we needed to help our teams prioritize because the work was piling up, right? There was tremendous pressure. Here again, we built a framework and started communicating with our teams on what should be done, right? It was not about just deleting work. It was more about prioritizing what is urgent, what is important, and the rest, ensuring that we stretch timelines. right? Because most things need to be done. What we also ensured is that each of our managers were spending or having a weekly conversation with their employees on how to prioritize. I must say, folks, this is a muscle we're still working on. It's been about 9 to 10 months, and we are still on a journey on this front. So lots of work to do. But all of this clearly paid off. And what I'm really happy to say is that given our focus on people, our net promoter score, which is our gauge of employee engagement, crossed the 50 mark, which is an outstanding score to have in a pandemic, right? And we've never had that score even pre-pandemic. And very, very few companies even achieve that. Our revenues and operating income was both up double digit. And we never laid off people, which was a great thing that we did, because we didn't need to hire people, nor did we need to train people, and our business continued to hum. Let's change slides. So I have a few key takeaways as I reflected on my journey and our team's journey throughout these 18 months, and I thought I would share them with you. And I'm sure you all have many. The first thing, put your employees' health, safety, and that is your number one priority as a leader. Never ever forget that. Remember, employees make the business. There is no company without people. And if you don't keep them safe, we're never going to have a business, and the business will never be successful. Listen to your consumers. Throughout the pandemic, we were socially listening to what needed to be done and pivoting the business as needed. Over communicate. The organization needs to know what is going on, and they want to help, and they need to know what to do. And over communicate doesn't always need to happen only in a pandemic. It also happens when the organization is running in normal times. Always plan for a rainy day. Always have your plan B and C in your back pocket. In fact, one of my general managers once told me, I always have a plan D. And you know what? It always pays for that rainy day. You never know when things are going to go wrong. And you should be always ready to execute one of those plans. I would say number 5, be ready to pivot. Do not hold on to things that you love and are not working. This is one of the hardest things to do, folks. But I really and highly encourage you to do that. Milton did not hold on to the cities where he failed. He just quickly moved on. And lastly, it's all about optimism. Keep reminding yourself in any tough situation, things will get better. Keep that optimism, because you know you will get through it if you have that optimism. That is the key ingredient for things to get better. As a famous American football coach, Vince Lombardi, once said, winners never quit and quitters never win. So with that, folks, thank you so much for spending time with me. I'm extremely honored to be here. Thank you, FICCI, the board of FICCI, and the management committee for having me. I now give it back to you, Rajat.
Thank you so much, Rohit. Some valuable life lessons and learnings. Obviously, your career has spanned a lot of countries, a lot of regions. Obviously, this last 18 months has been nothing like any of us has experienced, but some great lessons around having pivot, being ready to pivot, continuously learn, be curious. Also, the whole piece around, having a plan B, employees come first. I think most of the companies have sort of embraced that. And I don't know how much time we have, FICCI team. So I just quickly wanted to just ask one question from Rohit before we go, or should we just wrap up? I just want to check quickly. Not sure if anybody's going to come on.
We can take a final question. Although we can take a final question.
Sure. So one question, Rohit, and obviously that just links to the whole people piece. I mean, there's so many questions one can ask given the journey you guys have been. How did you manage supply chain? How did you make it all work? I'm sure teamwork was a big part, but this whole thing on work from home, a lot of talk about that. Where do you stand on that? And, is it going to be a hybrid model at Hershey's going forward? Are you going to come back to, if I look at a lot of the banks in the West, they are now saying everybody has to be back at work. We can't work like this. Various companies, various countries are taking a different view. Where do you stand as a person as well as from a company perspective?
Yeah, I think, Rajat, the way the company is thinking about it, as we look at the past 18 months, the one thing we've realized is that employees are extremely resilient, right? And I think, all of us would agree. We've also realized that productivity has increased and employees can be more productive being at home, and they can get a lot of work done at home. And so as we looked at various variables during the last 18 months, we have come to the conclusion that we will have a hybrid framework. And we've actually developed one. We are calling it the best of both, right? So there's a bit of, I would say not a bit, there's a lot of flexibility, but there is also times where we would expect folks to come into the office, right? We've spoken to various individuals in the organization to get a pulse check as we built out this framework, right? We also know that there are some jobs that can clearly be done remotely, and there are some that clearly need to be done within the office.
Absolutely.
And we take that into account as we built this framework out. As an example, one of the things that we will be doing is having 2 days in the week where employees do a deep work session and deep thinking session for themselves. So clearly they can work wherever they want, whether it's work or whether it's at home, but there would be no meetings. It would be purely for them to get work done. The other 3 days would be more for collaboration, right? We believe that collaboration is critical also for the culture. And we also believe for creativity, it's good to be physically present. And therefore, during collaborative or creative sessions, we would expect employees to come into the office. Now, you don't need to stay in the office the entire day, but for those meetings, you need to come in. And it's a lot of dialogue between the employees and their managers on how they want to make that work. So that's how we're thinking about it. Now, clearly, for each country, there will definitely be slight tweaks, but the framework will be pretty much similar.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I think you have to adapt as you go along. And like you said in the beginning, there's no final solution as yet, right? We don't even know how long this lasts, what the next iteration of the wave will be, third wave, how does it look like, how many people get impacted? So absolutely right. I think it's good to hear that you guys are thinking so much about that. The whole thing about 2 days for employees to just, dedicate to themselves and think through their plans, careers, also just thinking time rather than getting blocked into calls is a great idea. Great learnings, Rohit. I wish we had more time. I'm being buzzed here to sort of bring this session to a close, but thank you so much for your fantastic, thoughts, you're taking us through the entire journey of, in a short period, a journey of what Hershey's did, how you sort of, the whole thing about, failing to succeed and then succeeding, after that, after so many tries in your own journey. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for making the time. Over to you, FICCI team. And thanks again, Rohit. All the best.
Thank you, Raja.
Pankaj, I'm going to log off as well now.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Rohit. Thank you, Rajat.